Hello, everybody, and welcome with us, Ginton Dice. A surprise! This wasn't supposed to happen today, but hey, we got it to happening. So, welcome! Uh, yeah, it was a last minute notice, and we don't like breaks.
No.
We don't. We like to play religiously. Anyway, sorry. For all those who do come out, thank you, and for all those who don't, I don't blame you.
Fuck you. I
You'll
said
be
it.
cursed by the
Yes.
dog.
No, you'll be cursed by the demon child who will watch you from a rocking horse.
Where's that?
Oh my God,
where's that
don't do
haunted
that.
elephant at? Hold on.
Every-
Okay, I see it. It's facing away from me. We're good, guys. That's a long.
Haunted?
It hasn't. I think it's gone. I think it finally. Yeah.
The spirit left.
I'm fighting Brandon.
I'm telling you, like that's a story for a whole nother day for those viewers. But anyways, happy 4th of July to all the Americans and to everybody else who's not. Happy Saturday.
The day that the Americans set off fireworks.
Yes.
Happy Saturday.
But hey,
Sundays where you're-
yeah, happy Sunday for my European friends.
Europe and anybody who's to their east.
Very well.
Just happy Sunday regardless.
Happy day of the week.
Happy weekend.
day. Happy weekend. That works too.
But I think we're good. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that was all. That was this longest announcement I think we ever done, and it had zero announcements. I don't know. I'm just excited. I'm so unprepared, but I'm excited. I'm excited.
I just opened 28 tabs.
Like I was almost ready.
Well, I'm not that I'm not
twenty.
28 tabs open excited. I'm like, how many do I have at this current second? I'm 3, 4. I'm 6. I'm 6 tabs excited.
I have
mean, the thing
three
is-
tabs.
It's a good
That
thing that I'm a
one-
lifeless
that one-
motherfucker who's just staying on
that
the
one.
weekend and plays video games all weekend long. So that's the reason why I'm still awake, because otherwise I would have gone to sleep early. I was like, nah, fuck, I'm gonna play video games.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
I'm gonna play D&D.
But hey,
I was like,
Yeah.
guys, I have to stop playing Overwatch. Why do I have to stop playing Overwatch? I need to go play D&D.
priorities first off, priorities.
Prioritize.
But anyway, why don't we just get into tonight's episode?
Hmm?
So, welcome everybody to a bunch of us nerdy friends who got together to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons?
I hope you all have a wonderful time, and let's get started with the Aztec trial, shall we? So, where we last left off. You guys...
Right here.
Well, thank you. I actually forgot where we were. Where we last left off, you guys were starting to hook left to head to the ruins to investigate not only a potential missing teammates, but a person that needed to be rescued by a entity that asked Genie, who then asked Zoe to help
Who
him
then
out.
ask you?
You guys, after banking left, came across Exuya and the after image of the Sky Seekers with a very interesting battle that was taking place. You guys,
It went perfectly fine.
Oh yeah.
it did go perfectly fine. You guys took a different route. You guys tried to plead with her as she tried to continuously pummel you with these weird effects that seem to originate from her teammates. You guys continue to try to push this "we did wrong and we're sorry" and you guys manage to break into her mind and pull her out of the darkness that she was in. Um, with not too much of a conversation, she did tag along with you all and said that she was willing to help if needed. You guys came to the ruins, and after a little bit of investigation, you guys came across a icy realm. Almost, it looks like a whole nother world of just ice. And upon inspection, it looks like there were beings in these what seems to be makeshift mirrors, right? Tapping on the glass, trying to break free and to get to you guys. And then that's when you were starting to get hit back and forth from the Forsaken, and then Sona appearing from the shadows. You guys, thinking it may not be them, tried your best to end the fight without any killings, and lucky enough, you saved them all. You, without killing a single person, managed to rescue them, and with a little help from a flame, guided you to a correct mirror where the souls of the Forsaken and Sona was being held. With a little bit of thinking of what to do, you guys pressing the bodies against the mirrors, almost allowing a small bridge between them to connect, as each of them pulling whatever was in their body out as they retook control of theirs. With one of the members of the Forsaken still fully healed, tried to help pick up any members that was down. Sona, who was also slightly healed, after slamming Tay into the mirror, shattering it into pieces, then suggested we all need to leave. So, we pick up where you guys all are escorting and helping everybody who is either unconscious or injured out of the ruins. And you can see just slightly on the hilltop is the wagon where Joram is just sitting there. Looks like he's just like reading a book. And you see Exulia, who's almost kind of like doing like a slight small perimeter, just kind of walking around looking, with another rogue who's just 5 steps behind her. You're not sure if she's watching her or if she's watching out. It's a strong toss up on which one Alistar might be doing.
Is she watching at all? Not to reference an earlier incident where Alistar kept no watch at all, but
No, she is not.
Checks out.
But yeah. So.
Was that like a 1 to 19? She wasn't watching out, in the natural 20 she was watching.
Yeah, there was one time I
Yeah.
think she was legit watching.
One.
That was just because Arissa was pressuring her to watch too. It's like, you better be watching.
Oh, I think it was when I used the portrait roll to
Yeah,
make
you
her
used
roll
yeah,
high.
you used the thing to make her roll higher. She probably wouldn't have.
Yeah, see, there you go. It's even that was a fake.
All along.
So, you guys
I
continued.
send a message to Joram once we get in range, and I'll say like, "Look, they're coming from the sky."
They're coming from this guy.
Yeah, exactly. Super vague. See if he reacts to it.
Make
That's your head
make an Arcana check.
God damn it.
you can't send him a
Only
message
14.
because he's not actually a creature.
Oh
He's
my
a
God.
construct.
plot thickens.
Gosh.
You don't
The-
send him a message. You use the spell slot, but nothing worked.
It's not a spell slot. It's a cantrip.
Cantrip,
Yeah.
nothing worked.
Huh?
You
Well-
just you sent it, but there was no recipient.
Or is it just stops like mid walking stops? What?
Something wrong?
What is the issue?
Like Arissa just stares at Jorah. Is like, is he not real? What's this about?
You see that with Tay, who's kind of even spoke up. You see Joram, who does look over. Hey, they're out. They look like they picked up people. And Exuria and Alistar. Well, Exuria comes running. Alistar, like, flames right behind her. It's just almost like a weird shadow, and it's just following her as they come running down to look to see if any assistance is needed.
Arissa's just dumbstruck. Is just like what?
Sona, who's helping one of the members, ask. No, you get off my thing. Ask Sariki, just, hey, can you take him? And she kind of comes over and helps take, and she just starts to kind of walk slightly towards the wood, and like she doesn't go in it. She, if this is your wagon, she goes this way and kind of just sits back against a tree and just kind of sits down. You can see she's trying to regain some. Could be composure, could be just trying to reel in a lot of things that might have just happened, and but she's over there. You can see that with Tay's help and Voss, Acurus. Yeah, I have to make sure I understand how to say his name.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time I've ever said his name. Sorry.
Okay.
Acris, Actos, and who was our other guy? Euros. Yeah, there was 3 unconscious. It was the 3 males. You don't know. Actos, Acris, and Euros. They are placed. Euros is just kind of placed against the wheel. Sariki is just like, he'll be fine. And then placing the other 2 into the wagon as well, with a. He's breathing fine of a Brynjolf, but still slightly unresponsive.
Oh, I forgot we have like a bunch of fucking strays.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have to pile them into the wagon and the rest of us walk along the side or
mean,
something.
I mean, I just make a bigger wagon.
Too many people and not enough wagon.
Bigger wagon will probably need more horses.
Yeah, well, looks at the Kuma. I mean, you like horses so much, right? How about being one
Yeah.
for the entire day?
You're just like looks super excited. Like, horse. Yes. If it means I'm helping, yes. I'll do it. Yee.
Oh, I see that problem sorted. Like, Orista's just eyeing Joran the entire time.
You see, for him, he's interacting with people. He's trying to help with whatever he can. If somebody asks for like a little bit of water, he goes and fetches it and gives them water.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, whatever. It's like we'll get to the bottom of this later. It's more pressing matter. AKA, Orisa shifts her attention from Joran to Sona.
She's about 20 feet away, just staring, and in the direction because you're around the wagon with everybody else, but she's just staring in that direction.
Mhm.
I mean, unless you want to make an insight to try to figure out what, if she's what might be going through her process, but other than that,
I mean,
she's
Orisa's
just
she's super upset. super upset. I'm gonna roll insight for the memes, but Arissa thinks she's super upset. Doesn't matter what this insight is. 11.
I mean, I after seeing her slam Tay into a mirror, there's probably a sense that yeah, she's upset.
Yeah,
Hey.
sounds like she's
So.
in a mood.
Arissa like whips out a foldable chair, sits down, and just waits.
What is the rest of everybody else doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna go see how Jerome's doing because he's been sitting there in the cold all this time.
Well, because you guys are more on the warmth side of things, you can see he's actually like removed some like a blanket or two, and it's just like it's nice and like a breeze is definitely good, but he's I'm doing fine. Started to get bored, but I got books. Books is great. So, anybody else?
I guess I'll see if Zilia is doing alright with Alistar being her, I was gonna say shadow, but I don't think that's the right way to say that.
You try to go and talk to Exuria, who you can see even it's been a few days, it's 2 days. It's just still processing and trying to understand things, but she kind of just places a hand on your shoulder and just nods her head and I'm fine. It's nothing too much to deal with, and she just looks over and there's like Alistar like poking behind like the part like of the wagon, just staring at her and then like slowly going back in. And she's just it's more attention that I've been getting for a while. So
Don't worry, she did that with us too, so don't feel like it's just you. It's she's a lot to handle.
I don't know if
Yeah.
I should be sorry. And just kind of starts to walk away a little bit. And then, of course, Alistar comes up. Hey, what did she say? Is she trying to plot something?
No, she said nothing.
Shh, I'll be back.
thinking
And she
about-
just walks off and follows her.
Oh,
Maybe
damn.
we should not have.
She is on a mission, guys.
She needs a hobby or something.
It's that chocolate. I think it's got her all wired up.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Well, if nothing
Oh, no.
else,
If only I was more powerful, because then I would change her memory so she would have chocolate instead.
if nothing else,
So would just tend to the wounded, I guess. He has not much else to do, and he's really just going to focus on that warlock.
for
He doesn't really care about the other wounded.
he's at the moment, of course, bringing them out. They're like the three are unconscious, but they do take pretty much like a short rest, like a 2 hours before people start to kind of wake back up. You can even see Brynjolf, who's slowly, while he is slowly coming to conscious, it's still going in and out. While everybody else is like the three from the Forsaken, they are able to kind of sit up and try to have a little bit of couple words, but they can't really do much extraneous. Euros, the barbarian one, he's already like standing up and he's just like, this is nothing. And like he turns around, like kind of starts walking, and then just falls again. And you can hear Sariki, who's just, and that's perfectly normal, baboon, and just she just leaves him. He's just in the dirt, and she's just like, leave him. So, but so pretty much everybody is starting to pretty much come alive, and you, for Arissa, who's been just obviously seriously awaiting.
Oh god.
Sona does start to push herself back off the tree a little bit, and it looks like she's righting herself, like making sure parts of her clothing is fine, whatever. And it looks like she just takes a breath in, breath out, and she just starts walking like with a purpose.
Oh shit.
And as she gets closer to the wagon and people are kind of not really paying attention to her, and she's just, everybody front and center now.
I try to hide behind the wagon.
I'm trying to hide behind Zoe.
This lady looks violent.
Both his shields.
The Forsaken, who for them, even the injured ones, they kind of start to stand up and move to the pretty much close to her.
On second thought, I don't want her any matter. I'm just gonna start walking over just about as slow as
good
everybody
point.
else.
Voss, Akuma, Exuya, pretty much everybody besides Joram, who's kind of like with Zoe, and he's just like, I don't know if I want to. He looks like over to see Zoe, and he's like,
I'm over here like duck down.
he looks like, is there room for two?
I just nod vigorously and stay down.
He just slowly sinks off, and it looks like he falls, but it was just like a perfect grace where he steps down, and he's just like right next to you, and he's just like, I don't like where this is going. Sona, who just standing there, and she, for you guys who's staring at her, kind of want to make sure I see some of my things. Da, da, da.
No, Akuma's
Oh,
probably staring at the
crap.
Okay.
ground.
Some of this
Um,
down.
She probably already knows what's coming. She's just looking at the ground. She's like, oh.
You
I'm gonna
could
go
you could just see like the parts of her uniform, while slightly dirtied. It looks like maybe while she was sitting down, she was also attending to them. It's almost like she was keeping an eye as she was like attending parts of her clothing. You can see parts of her blonde hair that's dirtied up a little bit, along with parts of her face. But this look of like somebody just went into battle and came out not only victorious, but angry because they had to go into battle.
Yeah.
She just stands there and, I cannot believe everything that has transpired. I am incredibly hurt, far more than any of you could really imagine. So why don't we start from the beginning, shall we? Team B. Voss, Alistar, Akuma, and Tay. When you got to Coolridge, and you must have made a reason to go to that noble's house. Why?
Well, it started when we went into town. We ran into some people that were escorting, well, people that are slaves. And Teller noticed that one of them was from Zaccaster. From there, we tried to ask about him. It didn't go anywhere. Then guards got involved, and, anger started to fuel. For some reason, Voss knew this town and some people. Must be some old grudges. Anyway, from there, we decided to go to the Lord and talk to him. We never had any reason of going in and attacking. We were just going to talk. I didn't realize how angry by what it was, though.
So, if you was going there to talk, why did you go in? Because from what The report says you were turned away and forced yourself in.
Yes, because of anger.
I thought people here who joined the guild knew how to conduct themselves.
To be fair, I didn't have a lot of social growing up, so I wouldn't have known fully better, but I should have known. I am still ashamed of it, and I'm sorry that it all happened, but it is something that's happened, and as bad as it is, I do apologize for it and wish to go past and to forgive.
We'll get to that part. So, not only did you force your way in into this noble's home, regardless what he was doing was good or bad, why didn't you take it up with us? You could have informed multiple people.
I don't know, I think Foss made it a personal issue.
And she looks over to Voss, and Voss,
Foss
who
won't tell her.
also kind of has her helmet off, and she's... It was something I just didn't like to see. I'm sorry, there's... As she said, it was purely out of anger. Speaking of, where is Teller?
At some point, we split ways. We haven't seen him since.
He's, uh,
So, you broke into this noble's home out of anger and spite, instead of trying to contact officials, somebody who could actually investigate this. You decided to take it upon yourselves. I don't know if you guys remember, we are not mercenaries. If we were mercenaries, we'd be just like any other place out there. We wouldn't have gotten as far as we did as a guild if we were just mercenaries. We hold a standard. It's what put us above the rest. We don't seek out vengeance. We seek out justice. We do things the right way. If we take care of things in our own hand, then we are no better than anybody else out there. We are not the judges or the executioners. And she kind of she stares into Exuia for a second, and then looking it back at all of you, and almost like a fire that lit up. So why was the Sky Seekers murdered?
Oh, yes, I will go into that. Well, for one, they attacked first, but it seems they were corrupted by darkness.
And that's a reason to kill them,
No,
instead of bringing them in.
No, it wasn't.
Is that how this group has always been? Just murder your way into whatever?
Of
No.
course
we,
Before I get to you, Exuia, why and what happened? And it's like she pauses for a second, and it's almost like she's trying to fight back something for a second, and then before releasing a breath, what happened to Kalari?
that was my fault.
As she turns to you. What did you do? I want
We
you
were
to
trying to-
say it.
We were trying to get answers for what she did, so I thought the best way to go about it was force the answers out, which was through torture.
the expressions on her face as she gets more angrier and angrier. Arissa, you could kind of see like a little bit, like on her arm, just like a little bit of like a kind of like a yellowish gold. Um, Almost think of like it's hard to really put. Think of like a goldish like armor just is slowly appearing on her arm, and it's like she's clenching her fist, and she's. You decide to torture a guild member because they was not giving you information.
Yes.
She's like
That's
it's like her fist is shaking so much, but she puts her other hand like on her kind of like on her arm and slowly slide it down her arm to like her wrist, and her wrist, you can see like that golden like armor stuff just slowly starts to fade. I don't know what to believe. The fact that you're going to attack guild members, regardless of if they done right or wrong. If you said it's true that they were probably taking over, don't you think it would have been best to try to bring them in to save them? Is that not something that went through any of your minds? Or was it just slaughter them?
No, in my case, it was
we were
just survival.
we were following Teller's lead on that, and then
Yeah. We
got
were,
out of hand.
I know we did wrong, and I know we followed, but we're still just people who don't understand the world.
She looks over to
We
Exuria.
messed up.
You. Why was the Sky Seekers there? And she takes a moment, and then she answers, We was working with Rathery's brother. We were trying to earn some extra money since there wasn't a lot of quests coming in. Who was Rathery's brother? He went by the name Black Mask, but his name was Gregon Blackseeker. There wasn't a lot of stuff coming through, and we was just trying to get some extra money. Why were you partaking in a horrific event of taking innocent people? And they kind of have a moment, and I don't know. I was just following orders. I think they were possessed because they were not the same people that I knew. They wasn't my family. But I didn't know how to fight back. I didn't want to see them gone. So I stood around and did what was ever asked. I'm sorry, Headmaster. None of you, at this particular moment, have a right to call me Headmaster. So all of you ran. Instead of trying to do things fairly, instead of trying to turn yourselves in and to talk things out. No, you had to put the guild under the wagon. You had to throw them in the mud. I'm not mad that the guild got disbanded. I'm mad because I trusted all of you. All of you. to do what was right, to do things better than anybody around. You all took an oath, and you all broke it. Not just broke it. You just no longer cared what you're supposed to stand for. We are a team, no matter who you are a part of. We are supposed to help each other and help those that are unfortunate. Instead, you're fighting each other, murdering each other. And the fact of, I see you here with them now, Exuria? And kind of look over like puzzled, like, obviously if you were killing them, why not continue?
Rusty just waves her hand in the background.
We understand
Why
it
did...
was-
No, you stop. I don't want to hear nothing from you.
Okay.
Why did you leave your team?
Well, you know a certain person we lost in Zaccaster, murdered by Ace.
I am
I
aware.
went and resurrected her.
And you couldn't have your team along? You had to leave them to go do this? You couldn't have them somewhere waiting?
I mean, I suppose I could have, but they very much wanted to go up north, and what happened along the way is their choice, and I had my own things to do. I did send them with help, but I told that help to not interfere per se, just keep them safe, which is in hindsight, a bad thing to say.
I'm not mad that... I'm not mad that you left your team. You all should be able to go as you must. And I know I asked you questions, Arissa. But if you did know, you should have had brought them back. If you did know. As for the
I
rest of
told them to
you...
not tell me.
And she just stops again and stares at Exuria. She's... I can't believe you. Why didn't you come back to the guild? And it looks like she's starting to grill her. Why didn't any of you come back to the guild?
I didn't really want to go back to Zaccaster, but you would not know. You are not the reason I did not want to go back.
We made a deal with some people outside of Coolridge, and they wanted us to kill somebody. And they said that they would take the blame off of us if we did.
Do you guys even care what happened to the guild? Did you guys even care about me? Or what Ryloff did for all of us? Did you guys even care about his sacrifice?
Of course.
Yeah.
Just
She just stands there, just slowly looking at everyone. Is just a range of emotions, but not a tear in her eye. Just fire, confusion, disappointment. she's just. Well, what do you think we should do?
Well, ever since I rejoined, we've been on the path of setting things straight, and this is
Indeed.
just another step in the long line of apologies, I suppose.
Indeed. We are trying to get better.
A lot has changed since then, physically.
Speaking of change, as she slowly walks and stands right in front of Akuma and Tay. The hell happened to you two?
I couldn't even explain if I wanted to. I don't even know myself.
She leans down a little bit. I think you better try.
The entity?
What entity?
Well, after we did what we did, in my sleep, I had a dream with something talking to me, asking me to succumb to my desires for revenge, hatred, and I was at a moment of weakness, and I fell for it.
Hmm.
Don't
Just,
know if that's happened to Akuma or
well,
anyone
it's
else.
not like it wasn't similar, but I never said yes. So I don't know what's happening.
What do you think we should do about all of this? As she looks at you two.
Figure it out.
Figure what out? The death of the Sky Seekers? The rules and laws that you guys continuously to break on your way northward?
Fine.
You guys
Whatever.
did
Even
talk to the guild, surprisingly, but yet you didn't stay. You didn't leave a note or anything. I had to chase you down and get caught in whatever the fuck, as she points to the ruins, that was. Maybe it's a sign of punishment. I should actually have you all go in there. Unless you actually want to see hell. That's what that was. Do you think it's fair? What you guys did?
Of course not. And it's not like I've forgotten. And it's not like I'll probably ever forget. Are you happy?
Believe me, I am far from happy.
Well, of course not. No one is. Not in their own predicament. I technically shouldn't even be here.
And why's
I was,
that?
I was forced to go into working under you. I had no choice. Or else I would have been put right back where I came from.
And who forced you?
The person you admire so much, don't you? Ace kinda likes you, you kinda like him. He's so cute, isn't he? Not cute at all.
Carissa springs a bit in the chair. She's like, "Oh, oh."
What? You think I like
Ah,
him?
yeah. Well,
I don't know. It was the way you talked with him. And how he talked back. He has
I
a most
talked friendly
lovely
to
voice.
everybody, including you, did I not? I welcomed you in like a sister. Is that not something that somebody who's one day going to be taking over this guild should be doing? Or do you want me to treat you like you're nothing?
And it was very nice of you to be friendly. It's too bad I've never felt that before, let alone recognize it. And I'm sorry. I wish I'd noticed it sooner. But at that time of my life, I didn't even know what it was. I still don't. Or even how to react. Yell at me all you want. Kill me, whatever you want to do. Just don't put me in prison. I'd rather die than rot anywhere.
And she kind of walks away for a second. She walks about like 5 feet away, kind of up back towards all of you. As she turns around, do you guys care now?
Yeah.
Of course. Now that I realize how important people are, and their friendships, and their protection, and something they call love that I've never felt, I care about it more than ever now.
She walks a little bit closer and looks at everybody. Do all of you care now what this guild, what we were supposed to stand for? Or do you and rather you just walk away from all of this? Forsaken kind of just, they're nodding their head. Exuia, who's every now and then like looks up and kind of looks down, and she's, I care. Alistar and Voss, they, Voss still is just looking down, and the mistakes I've made, I wish I cared more than what I do now. Alistar agrees. Do you guys want to stay together? Or do you want to go our separate ways and be done with this?
I don't see why not. There is second chances out there, isn't there?
She looks towards everybody else.
I mean, there's a reason why I set us all on this path. And it's not to drive us apart, but it's to drive us to get us together again. That's the whole reason why I did this. Because in a sense, if we all want to go nitty and gritty, the person who's most to blame is me for not being there when people needed me most. Like, sure, I don't have any direct blame, but indirectly I'm the worst culprit here. Because if I was there, it would have never happened. None of this would have ever happened.
I want you all to take out your tags and put it in your hands. So,
Do I still have it? Didn't I have to give it in? I think Orish had to give it in.
okay. Do y'all two take it out?
Yeah.
Sure.
So pretty much everybody puts it out in their hands, and she goes around and
Got several tags. Got some old ones, got some new ones. You want them all?
Oh god, we
She-
got lots of tags.
she walks over to Alistar first, and let me see your dagger. Pulls out the dagger, hands it to her. She takes Alistar's hand, the one that's holding the tag, and cuts it, and then pushes her hand to shut. And she says, I want you to squeeze as tight as possible.
Yay.
And she starts going around one by one.
I was like, I got this. Like, I just grabs her own knife. I can make a cleaner cut.
She, when you were kind of suggesting that, she just stares at you like, do it. I swear to you, do it.
Mhm.
And she has her hands out, waiting for you to put your hand in hers.
Alright. Just does that.
She does it herself. You can feel the cut as it comes across your hand. And
Don't even flinch.
she it's weird as you could see the anger and attention that she's giving off, but when she like even kind of like feeling the small cut, it's kind of slight graceful, and when she closes your hands, you can feel she's putting pressure for you to close, but it was like just almost like a a a smooth transition of her hands closing your hands. It's like while she is extremely angry, she's being extremely graceful. And she goes to everybody, and then she'll get to you, Arissa. And then she'll pull out yours and places it in your hand, and then she'll hold out her hand to really show if you want to go through it or not.
No hesitation.
She goes through everybody's. She, you, you guys can barely just see like Brynjolf's hand, who's kind of like just sticking slightly up, and like that's it. You don't hear a lot coming from him, but he's just slightly up. She actually goes over. You can see she does the same thing and puts something in his hand. You two behind the wheel, come out here.
It's okay, Zol. She won't kill you, probably.
Yeah.
I had a spell, I would cast greater invisibility right now. I say that to Joram, but then I walk out.
He looks at you and he's like, "But you can cast it on me."
I don't have any spells.
And he slowly gets up and he just stares and like walking to Shane, kind of like right behind Zoe. And she looks at both of you. Do you want to be a part of something better? Or do you want to continue your own lives?
I look around at all the people whose hands were just cut open. I wouldn't like to offend you, but I do kind of have servitude to another entity. And I'd like to continue my own life.
So be it. And she just she looks at Joram, and Joram's like, I am not a fighter of any sorts. I prefer books. I don't know how much useful I can really be. And she just palm, and he's just, oh, this is gonna hurt. I can't see. And he's just like his hand, like his whole hand is just shaking. He's just, no, please.
No, put the axe away.
She just, like, just a plain face, like, seriously, dude. She just takes it
Baby.
and
Does
just
he
walks away.
overreact when he gets cut too? He's like, "Ah!"
She
like
walks.
soccer, like he's on soccer.
She walks over back to kind of her spot, and she takes this emerald-like necklace that's around her neck, and she cuts her hand and puts the emerald in hers and folds it up. And she asks everybody to put their hand outwards, almost like in a circle, like.
Just everybody's red blood is just like black. Yeah, this is.
Ah.
I want to ask one more time. Do you all care enough and want to be a part of something bigger?
Yes.
How much bigger?
Bigger than
Saving
you.
the fucking kingdom big, you idiot. You baboon.
Look, you can get in or not.
Get
Might as well
around.
get in, Zoe. We saved your friend that your person wanted to
Yeah, we did all of this.
Okay,
all
okay. Saving the kingdom, that's good enough for me.
So you walk over. She gives you a charm. If you want to look at it, you can. If not, she's going to quickly cut your hand and close it. From this day forward, we no longer fight individuals. We fight as one. We are not separate teams. We are one. We do not do things out of anger. But we will defend those that cannot defend themselves. We will fight even if it's something we can't see. We will be the first and the last line of defense. If you all are true to this, please say your name and say you accept. And
Akuma. And I accept.
Hey, Skywatcher, and I accept.
Marissa Sharon, I accept.
Onezo Tropaz, and I accept.
Hershey just raises an eyebrow, but remembers.
everybody else also says this. From this day forward, our watch may have ended, but our hunt will continue to go on forever and always, as we will no longer be named the Hunters Guild, but from this forward on, every single one of us, as one, will be known as Soul Hunters. And all of you can actually feel like it feels like a little small burn, but not, it's almost like you all are trying to just grip your hand a little bit tighter to kind of like, oh, I want you to stop, but I'm going to squeeze harder.
Yes, pain. Akuma just does nothing but smiles.
But it's not like burning hot or anything. And she unfurls her hand. Let's continue to do this together the right way, if we're going to believe in second chances. And as all of you unfold your hand, your tokens, your whether it was like a wrist-like bracelet, whether it was like a necklace, to show your, insomnia with the guild and who you were, all of it is now emerald-like color. The tag on it is kind of like a circle with an SH on it. And when all of you look into on your palms, you can see what looks like a diamond-like shape, and it has SH in it. She
I just joined a cult.
puts her necklace back on and no, you join something greater. Puts it down back her.
Clip it back on the little collar. There's just a little tag.
And she's just.
Emerald green circle.
Let's. Why don't we rest up for now and we'll discuss what we're gonna do later. And she starts to kind of walk slightly back away.
Just like looks over at the tieflings. Tiefling.
So, you feel something in the slight back of your head, and you look over, and your lamp is just glowing, almost like giving off a glow and then dying, giving off a glow and dying.
I think I'm going to go retire to my lamp for the evening. Any
Yeah.
objections?
Good night.
No night.
So, as you're going through that, you kind of just looking at everybody, you see the other warlock that you came to save is also doing the same thing. And he stares at you and he's just, I'll be back. And just walks over to the lamp and just like a mystic swirl going into it.
I'll go in mine.
I'm just gonna go cast Private Sanctum whilst we're at it.
Okay.
So that, because it takes me 10 minutes to do and just create the entire area so that people can't scry on this when we're gonna talk shop for the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
You go into your lamp, and as soon as you land there, you are instantly greeted by your genie. Pal, I can't believe you done it. This was so great. We got to do something about your elf. Oh, we don't have time for that. Look, you're going to meet him right now, so please put on your best behavior. Bow before, bow at the end, and oh, please don't screw up. Okay?
I'll remove the disguise self, by the way, as well, now that I'm in my lamp.
He was like, "Oh, good call," and he helps, like almost like he's dusting it away. Not how it should work, but it works.
Yeah.
And you can see as he's standing there, and he's just like, "Is there any questions?" And like as he's asking you this, to the right of you, you can see almost like, you know, the way of like Doctor Strange. You can see like a fiery circle start to erupt, and then you can see like something for the other side. You kind of see like a brownish like tile of stone, and something that looks like maybe wood or perhaps on the other side.
I do have questions, but do we have time?
No, get in. And he kind of like he kind of wants, like, there's a part of you feel like he wants to grab you and just throw you in, but he kind of takes you and just like ushers you in. And as soon as you walk in, like going through the portal, you are instantly bombarded with this like smoldering heat. It is hot in here, and like you're already sweating. It's just seconds you got in and you're already sweating. And you kind of slightly look over and you see the guy who is not bandaged up at all, as he's standing there like almost like he's presenting himself. And then he looks over to you and he just kind of like slightly nods his head and then does a bow. Okay. As you do, and
Back.
you kind of like lifting your head back, you're staring what looks to be like a wooden desk, and it just keeps going. And then you can see it does a in, and it's like you're an ant staring at a giant. As you just see this giant reddish like entity wearing somewhat of a like loose-ish like clothing, but it's still very presentable, staring at you. You must be the one that saved my follower.
Yes, that would be me.
What is your name?
Onezotropas.
First. And it's like as he's talking, you can feel like an echo with it, but it's really coming like directly into you, so it doesn't sound. The echo is almost like you're feeling his presence, but when he's talking, it's to make sure you clearly understand what he's like, if he's asking something, what he's talking about. And he's so. It was told to me that you had some questions that you would like, and in return, you saving my follower in something that he should not have been caught in. And he looks over to the other guy, and he's, yeah, Accurus, explain what had happened. Yes, sir. We were on our way, following, and he points over to kind of like gesturing to you, his group that I do not believe was with at the time. We was following them and led us to an old ruins. When we got there, we were ambushed by some sort of creature that was lurking in the shadows and pulled us from our own bodies into the mirror where we were trapped. We're not sure what we saw, but on the other side was something of bleak. It was like darkness all around us, but we could see everything. And he just kind of slightly raises his hand. And like, you see he kind of does his hand reaching over and his fingers just slightly points down like right above him, and just like a small bit of airish like fire just slightly come up for a second, and as it does, it dissipates as the same, and it goes into his hand as he pulls it back. The Shadowfell, a land of darkness and hatred. You must have found a crack in that dimension. Yes, sir. And we was not quite sure what it was, but we were stuck there, and so I thank you greatly for sending help to me. And he just like waved his hands like almost kind of like don't think about it. You have done me a great service, Mr. Tropos. I have been told that you know about an artifact that you should not be meddling with. As he looks over to Genie, and Genie is not his size. Genie is like, if this guy was to stand up, maybe he's the size of like one leg. Maybe not even that tall. And it's more of showing this is how much power Genie has compared to this Efrity, as he's just not even standing, it's just that as he's towering above a desk. Stupid gnat. Gnats are annoying in the fired plane as well. It echoes and kills you guys.
Does he swat it, or
yeah, like he does the swatting motion, and it just the sound echoes and kills you all. It's like a thunder blast, but like 50 times. I'm just but as he sits there, is this what you were inquiring about?
It's a good question. I've kind of forgotten what exactly my team wanted me to inquire about here, but I believe that
if you want to refresh, it's the jewel and the entity responsible for all the shadow bullshit. Those are the two
the
things.
Jewel Oasis
Yep.
and the entity. But I think I only get one question? I don't know yet. I was going to ask about the jewel, but I'm not entirely sure what my group has asked me to ask about. But I was particularly curious about this Jewel of Oasis.
As he also looks towards Genie and then looks back towards you both. Remember, you are entering forbidden knowledge. You may disperse this with your team, but if this information gets out to any, I will know who it was.
Very. I
And he
will
starts
only...
he starts taking in a lot and a lot and a lot of air, and as he blows, it looks like it's red, but it looks like red like ash as it starts to just kind of fall over the desk and starts to just kind of like rain ash, but it's not, like a volcanic ash. It's not like piling onto you, suffocating you, and killing you. Uh, um, um, and as like it's kind of like, think of like a mist, but you can taste and you can smell like this ashiness to it. Um, as he says, or not says, but he kind of like does a snap, and like a little fire arcs off, and it lights up. And as it does, you're not like engulfed in flames, but the smoke that it kind of comes around takes you, and he starts to use the smoke as a way to show you what he's about to say. Hyundai. Hudeee. Hudaee.
Sorry, can you go again?
Hudaee. Hyundai was a titan that created the Jewel of Oasis. And you can see this female looking figure, and like when you hear titan, your mind might go to multiple things, but imagine this is like almost like a giant size. It's not too incredibly taller than, mortals, but it's not humongous or anything. She created this artifact to help the mortals of this, and he kind of points to your Pacific region. I believe the continent was Mila. It was a desert place full of nothing but death. She created the jewel in a little pond that still survived in the desert. When the jewel touched the water, within moments that tiny little puddle grew into a pond, which then spread rivers across the continent, bringing life and nourishment to the land. The jewel is a terraforming artifact. It terraforms whatever it is surrounded by. While she was still in charge, a small group of mortals built a temple that was containing the small puddle that the jewel was sitting in, allowing water to flow down and to continue its process. It was hidden away. And you can see through all of this woman who appears to be slight, kind of like a dark bluish skin, and parts of her outfit. Make a history check, so.
I'm great at those.
I know you.
Not 20, boys. Oh no, not 2.
It's hard.
I can add a D4 onto that, you know? If I'm going to use it anytime. 16! Oh no, it was the 2. 6.
It
was the 12, sorry.
No.
You're not quite sure what the clothing might represent or look from, but it looks kind of familiar. Not not that you recognize the clothing, but the way the clothing looked, something about it just kind of seemed slightly familiar. When mortals came before our grand battle, and you see like a boat, and this is like a warship like boat, as it's kind of close to where this temple was on the water that it's very creating, and you just see people taking it and adding it to looks like a pile of coins, jewels, golden like statues, gold itself, and they took it, and you see they return to a very familiar like empire. This jewel just does not just terraform land. It terraforms whoever deepest desire is controlling it. And you get a play of what happened when the king picked up this, and you see the gold that he's surrounded by, and it kind of slowly fast forwards to the point where he's taking more gold and taking more, and soon you see where he's standing over an angry mob of his people, as it looks like he's like instructing his soldiers to take money from them, and they're angry, and they're starting to fight back, and it even goes to a green like dragonborn who is picking it up, and you see as it kind of like goes into him, it like in his mind it was like power, and it was, you see he just starts to terraform himself into a somewhat familiar dragon that you went to go deal with. You see where there is this kind of where it slightly goes back to the king, and he's still explaining what you're seeing, but that voice is killing me, so I'm doing it this way. You see it kind of goes back into the empire where he is explaining right after the Mad King, where there's these group of people who was fighting some guards, and one that kind of looked familiar, but make a insight check.
I'm even better at this.
15.
15. I'll go ahead and add the D4 just in case. 17.
While you're looking and watching, it looks like, dwarves are fighting dwarves. You might see some of the slaves, like the elves or orcs or even goblins, that were there fighting with the rebels, trying to fight this, soldiers and so on and so forth. And you see one who is demonstrating like amazing abilities, getting over and killing the king. You've seen that form of a dwarf before. And you see as this person's pulling the blade out of this, out of the king, she takes the orb, and it looks like she throws it. Almost looks like it's going out of the kingdom. Not necessarily out of the kingdom, but like out of this little room. And you see it kind of looks as it rolls and falls in like a crack. And then the time skips again as he explains the power that it holds, and you see the empire that it was just crumble, and as it's crumbling in certain places, mountains are rising. And this is this is like extremely fast of how mountains raise, and it's not moving extremely fast of speed like over thousands of that. Like, no, this is like days, maybe a few weeks, as mountains erupt and are stationed where the empire used to be. And it kind of, everything, it like this smoke starts to slowly, kind of like a film that heated up too much, just slowly starts to fade away. As he explains, where you have the artifact now is now causing, and he does kind of like he'll wave his hand, and for a split second you see kind of like geysers in a way, but it's not of bluish like water. It's almost like blackish green. You see what looks to be like little bits of a tiny like river or like a little pond or something, but it's green with a small tint of multicolors to it. As he explains, it has now created a toxic field within that area. Something that is going to take a good effort to try to get back if you want to return what it is. I can see that you, Mr. Tropus, has already been affected by its power. It will continue to eat away at you until you retrieve it. And once you do, that is when you are completely lost. You have time, and everything is like slowly coming back to its normal self as he's putting his hands together, to return what was stolen. We, as he even looks towards Genie, cannot interfere, as it is part of the pact that we all are associated with. I hope that helps you.
Immensely. I think. Though it adds more choices?
And nothing has anything to do with me. And so we are done here.
Where do we need to bring it to? Hello.
Can I get one more question?
What?
The person who killed the Emperor, do you know what happened to them?
You see Genie, who kind of like starts to raise his hand, and like extreme speed, that head snapped. Turns him, and like Genie slowly puts his hand back down. That is nothing you need to be concerned with. If you are going to return the jewel, and he raises his hand again,
Mila, right?
back over you all, the path will be made clear. And you kind of hear this little psst, and you kind of like look over to see that guy, and he does a bow again. He's like, "Thank you, Master."
Thank you for this is very helpful.
And make a perception check.
Oh shit.
I suck at this. You've used all of I'm gonna add the D4 just in case. 19.
you also look over, because like someone just kind of catches your eye, and you see him. He's like, "Master," like he's mouthing "master" to you,
Master. Master Ifriti.
and he tells Genie as well to place his hand over you guys, and Genie does, but like this hand could engulf Genie of how massive this guy is. And both Genie and him release like this type of power. For you, you start to get like a wave of air just slams into you. It doesn't hurt you, but you feel it, and you can feel like pretty much you're being restored. And not just that, parts of your clothing gets repaired and gets more of a air like design to it, almost like you're slowly moving up in some sort of way. And the fire that just engulfs over that, and you can see it like, well, you can't even see him anymore. And within seconds, both of you come back out of your lamp. And it's been maybe an hour.
Is everyone asleep or awake?
No, everybody's still awake. It's only been an hour since you guys went into your lamp.
I look over at Arissa and I'm like, we good to talk?
She just looks at them. Yeah, for the next 23 hours, sorry.
We need to go to Mila, but we need to get the jewel first. And we need to do it quickly.
But
I would have disguised self again before I came out, if I had the option.
Acris first comes up. He's first. Anybody who can do fire, I need you to come with me.
just like, fuck's
Fire! Oh, I can sort of fiery.
That's
and-
the Shadowfell, by the way. That's the freaking Shadowfell.
And he does. Whoever can do fire, he does bring along back into the ruins. Back, like you're standing in the doorway of that ice-like room, and he looks towards Actos and he's, put him in there. And Actos just nods, and he lights up his little which you guys have seen before. This small little tiny fire elemental, like the size of your shin.
That's so cute.
And he's just like sitting. It's like a little blob of flame as he's just sitting there. Everyone, as he points his hand towards the little element, I need you to do whatever the strongest fire you can do at it, on my count. This has to be destroyed.
Sounds good to me.
So whatever high level spell you have, if it's fire, use it.
Fireball.
So he will kind of count down. Everyone who can just releases fire into this, and
Do a gust of wind. I think that would help.
as it's slamming into him, and it's like this fire is just kind of like sitting for a second. Some of you who can like kind of feel like a little bit of a presence kind of like left the area, and as you look, and he's like, now we should run, and he just bolts.
Okay, time to run.
And so as everybody runs and just like runs out of this giant flame erupts from the ruins to where probably this area is. And Zoe, this slightly looks familiar to a Erafiti that you just encountered with, as it erupts, and it is just destroying the shit out of this, and it's just fire's just being blown all the places, but it's being extremely controlled. But it's just destroying this entire little area. And then, like, within just a few seconds, it erupts into flame again, and any type of flame that was out just gets consumed back in, and it just, everything disappears. So that whole area is just fucking gone.
It's boulders.
I mean, effective for sure.
Pretty
Uh,
sure anyone within miles saw that.
Probably.
maybe.
I mean, if you saw that, would you think like, hey, let's go investigate? Be like, I'm not
If I
going
was a
there.
giant golden wyvern, I might.
Maybe.
I mean,
Mm.
provided you're close
I
by.
do know you all have that hunting you, don't you?
I mean, hunting.
I
So,
don't know.
So, Sona, you've been stuck. It's time to catch up on a lot of things.
she's just.
Right.
So we'll say this is probably where we'll say you talked to her while they were gone.
Yeah, or is it like a fucking exposition? Like, you know, like the whole like wall with like pictures on it and like red threads everywhere. It's like the whole shebang.
She's
Oh gosh.
Also, Star Guardians potentially evil, locked up under the castle. Ore, the jewel.
hold on, Orisa, please. My head is still ringing from whatever it hit me. Please start from the beginning.
Sorry.
From the beginning again.
From whatever hit me. Sorry.
So what's the first thing you talk about?
I'm just like, or is it just gonna go down the exact order of things as they happen? So, Star Guardians, potentially evil. Lily might be potentially evil. Not sure who of the two is evil, but Star Guardians are the people who get fucked by me. Then Ore and the jewel. Then hiding the jewel. And then, okay, we didn't know what Zo knows now. Hiding the jewel. Going back up here. I think now, yeah, going. Then we went back.
Oh, back, forth, left, right.
Then we checked on the ruins, found Joram over there. Then went up, went to the guild, talked shit there, talked about how the situation is there now. Then we went here, found you guys, now we're here. And then all the theories about entity. Oh yeah, we also went to talk to Lucian. That's the whole, I forgot about that. We also went to Lucian and that whole shebang there with the sanctuary, what used to be Zycast. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I forgot that we went there.
Well,
Okay, so when it came to start off the list of the giant banger that one was the Star Guardians of possibly being evil and like how that transpired. She's. I'm sorry, they were never evil. I mean, yes, they valued the guild, but they would not go great lengths to kill their father. They'd never do that. They loved him very much.
Yeah, but it's just the whole. Okay, like the thing is, like here, how it's confusing it for me is when Sal came to us, he said they were all frozen in stone.
Okay.
I know for a fact there's no spell that can do that. But I've believed that first because I didn't want them to be bad. Like, you know, you want to believe that people are good, right?
Okay.
So I went with him, I rolled with it. I went with him to retrieve them from Thorndale Point and set the rest. I got them back to the capital. Then he got us back to Fropolis. That was where we went. Then we went to Zrudil. Then we went to the Great Vault to kill basilisks to get stuff to get them free from stone. Then Lily came to me, saying that Cell was bad, the Star Guardians were bad, and she said enough things that convinced me to the point where like I started questioning it. I was like, it should not be possible for them to be stone. So is she lying to me or not? And I was like, well, but Lily owes me for resurrecting her. She wouldn't lie to me, right? I'm thinking she might have if they are bad, but regardless, they're all stuck under the palace now, and Lily is doing whatever.
I don't know much about Lily. But
It looks to kill.
I'm not. The Star Guardians would never do this. I would put my life on it. They were not murderers or evil. They fought for everything that even the guild stood for.
Just the thing is, like, when I was thinking, like, why would Lily lie to you? Because she was in coma when the king was sick, so she couldn't have done it herself.
Now,
So unless someone else did it.
Would you mention to her as well that Lily also said about Sona?
So, big banger here as well. There's a lot of big bangers today, so you're aware of it. Because I was like, at first I was like,
And she's
are
just
they on
also
this?
like,
They should-
as you're saying, she's like, tell me about it.
I mean, or she just like rolls, like it just shows it, like it pulls like the list from her bag that it just rolls on the ground. I mean, I'm working on this list anyway.
He's rolling and rolling and rolling.
What Lily said, and I found it very hard to believe, but she didn't react to my sending. So I was like, okay, she's ignoring me, but so she might be in on it. She said that you were in on it, but the Star Guards were in on.
The last thing that I remember was being stuck in that prison. I was ordered, which you were there, by the king to hunt down the rest and to bring in the rest of them. And that's what I did. I
Yeah,
went back to gather some supplies that I had hidden in the ruins of Zacaster and made my way. Things that made it a little bit easier and quicker to catch up. I got to Mossrest and talked to the headmasters there, which that's a whole nother thing I'm gonna have to deal with about them not going out as well. Like now it's just great. And she kind of pulls out like this, kind of like this small compass, but there's on the back of it. She turns over and shows that it's like a tiny little like arcane symbol on it. This targets every hunter guilds or guild hunters, hunter guilds members tags. This is what I use to follow you all. It points me in the direction once a day to show me where you guys have traveled. So I continued. We came upon the ruins thinking you guys might be here, and this is where we got caught.
I think Lily might have. I had a lot of hard choices to make really quickly, and I feel like I might have potentially made the wrong choice.
So they're in the dungeon though, right?
As far as I'm aware, they are. As far as we know, so I mean they're within reach in that sense.
Maybe we'll cross that bridge when we get there, when we get back to Mossrest.
There's a lot of bridges to cross. I can promise you that.
But no, this is the first time I'm hearing about this war. This is not something I think any of us would ever want to happen. A lot of innocent lives could be affected by this.
I mean, I have to say it was a good lie that I was in an emotional state, willing to believe a lot of things and willing to believe better than the best of people, I suppose, when I should have been expecting the worst.
You talk about Ore, and she's just kind of like, she's glad that you resolved. Do you tell everything about Ore, or just?
I mean, more the basics of like we dealt with it, we put the jewel in the ground. That's it.
She just states that she doesn't know anything about the jewel, and hates the fact that innocent people got possibly turned, and you could already see it's like she's trying to think of, is there a way to reverse this or not? But she kind of starts to rub her head, and it's just, like, let's just continue.
What do you think?
I
think then we went to the sanctuary illusion right after that.
You
Yeah,
talk
that was right.
You talk about that, and it looks like a sign of worry, not scared, but she's, from what Ryloff has told me, the Hunter Guild had a connection with the herd. The members, the the actual alpha of the herd at that time, I think his name was just called Rick. He is what helped defeat
Rick.
the Conqueror Zarth. He and I think it might have been Ryloff, I'm not too sure. Worked on an agreement about working together to keep this forest safe. So I guess it's sad to see how far it seems like they've fallen. I don't really quite know what else to do about that. That seems as though he's do you say everything about Lucian and all that, or
I mean, with everything.
huh?
What do you mean with everything?
Like everything that you guys talked about and
Like
what you
the
might have found
deal,
out.
more or less, and how he wants to kill all the guards in the city, but leave the civilians as long as they don't get
But
in the way.
I mean,
Or do you leave
Like,
that out?
yeah, is there details that you leave out when you were describing your interaction with Sanctuary and Lucian, or
the details that I leave out are like the whole like mistrusting Lily and shit part, but more like the suspicion about the Lucian. He says he wants to keep like just kill the guards, but what he's shown is Rudy has proof that that's just a whole load of bullcrap.
I don't know too much about Lucian.
I mean, he's cocky, that's for sure.
Someone just set off fireworks.
It's going to be something that it's going to take a lot, obviously, to sort these things out.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? As I'm trying to.
Yeah, that whole entity that we think is responsible for originating the crusade, and now whatever the fuck is happening now.
She seems very interested into what you're talking about. She tells you she's not like she has no knowledge. Like I don't know what this is, but if this is something that affected the Sky Seeker, something that's affecting parts of your team, we need to figure out what this is and figure out how to stop it.
Like this here, us coming here is a detour because of it points at Atlanta's warlock shenanigans. Like we were originally headed
Still
towards
strobing
Witchspine.
over there.
Yeah, we were originally headed towards Witchspine to find information.
I won't lie, I'm actually very grateful that you came this way. I don't know exactly how long I've been stuck in there, as time was moving weird.
2 weeks? 3 weeks? Something like that.
But, anyways, it's just a lot, and it seems ever since Ryloff passed, everything was just going down. I wonder if that was a sign to begin with.
I think things were coming already. I don't think we have one person in particular. I think it's more like it was just an excuse. Like, you know, when the bucket is filling with water, and I think that was just a drop in the bucket and it overflowed shortly after.
Well,
it was like the guild. I talked to some people afterwards, and the guild they were just looking for an excuse to disband. This was just the excuse they needed. They were working on it behind the scenes. All these nobles, they were doing their utmost to get the guild disbanded.
I was told that a lot of people were going to come after us and stuff that Ryloff had to deal with. I guess I didn't want to believe it.
It's people were, I think, mostly jealous that we were doing things they couldn't. And they had no control over us, and that's the main issue. That's what people always want, control. It's the whole reoccurring theme in most troubles in the world, people want to control things. Like look at Lily, look at Lucian, look at people in the north who are assembling an army in Winter Hollow. It's like all they want is to control. It's just a reoccurring theme, and it seems to be this entity like control, anger, rage. It's just all up there.
We need to try to figure out what we can about this. Is there any ideas that you might have?
I mean, I'll also say to Jordan, you can talk about the thing now. We are looking for information about the entity. We need to figure out what's left, what's right, what's center, because we don't know. We have it all jumbled up and we don't know where the pieces belong. And there's also in the Wailing Caps of North, there is a staff that if Ace gets it, we might be in a big load of fucking trouble. So
Okay.
So there's just a lot of things we have to do, and then the jewel. I don't know. From what I've
And
what I know-
then here comes Zoe and everybody else coming out, and kind of like without a hesitation or a thought, Acurus is like asking for pretty much any fire capable people to follow, and so on and so forth.
And Zoe comes out yelling about, we need to get the jewel and take it to Mila. We need to go get the jewel now and take it to Mila. Like, Zoe just comes out doing that, and the other guy comes out asking for fire.
Okay, do the fire first, then we come back. So what did you learn? What's the whole shebang?
A lot, and the whole shebang is very complicated. Let's just say Jewel caused the Empire to be destroyed. It is, and it is right now causing like acid geysers or something to come out of the ground where we buried it, and it's going to be much harder to get out than what it was to put in.
I mean, putting it in was fairly simple.
It causes terraforming. It's from Mila originally. It's from a lake in Mila, a temple in a lake in Mila. There's a whole lot. I will explain to them all the details which you have already explained. On top of that,
Okay.
and I'll pretty
Yeah.
much only leave out that I recognize the person who killed the Emperor. It's about the only thing I'll leave out.
Motherfucker. I mean, in one way, it's hard to get out, but at the same time, that means it's also harder for anyone else to get it. So it's safe in that sense. So that's a bonus.
It's going to keep terraforming.
Yeah, we have. I mean, Akuma, bring out the map. We are here. It is over there.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have,
Where?
and it points at where the staff is. There's that staff there ish, and then we have place we need to go for information right there. And then we have army over there. Then we have shifters over here.
The genie
So
did
just-
say it's going to keep pulling on us to come back until we can't help it anymore.
No,
And at that point, we're going to lose ourselves. That's why I think we need to get it back as soon as possible.
but then maybe we need to
What up?
have people do specific things.
Well, now that there's more of us, yeah, splitting up might not be a bad idea.
Maybe some of us can go after the sphere and others of us can go to return this thing. My understanding is anyone who hasn't seen this orb yet shouldn't get near it.
I mean, so you're telling me we should go get
We
it then?
Because if other people go and see it, they're going to have this straw to go and get it.
And so you're saying it fulfills your greatest desire
It
if you let it control it.
terraforms everything it's near, including what you desire, if you're the thing it's near.
Hmm. Strange. Anyway. Fuck my life, I hate everything.
If we're not careful, it could do the same to us, right?
Yes, very much so.
I mean, so that explains why your fucking lantern went all bananas.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what it is, it can warp it to fit. So in Mila, it has a temple built around it that keeps it sort of under control, is my understanding. It's like part of a Titan's power or something, and this temple, I guess, was just built around where it originally resided until the Empire took it away from there. And so it seems to be in sort of a more natural state when it's in this location.
Hmm.
Arissa, like when he like mentions Titan, like that's something you've never heard of.
Yeah, I was good like Titan. Checks out. What's the Titan?
It predates even this war that caused the genies to no longer be able to come here.
Oh, they're no longer able to come here. That's convenient.
Yes.
Fucking gods and entities and fucking idiots. Um, I hate all of this. Why are we getting dragged from one place to another?
I know.
Because we can't go back now that we went all the way here. Like we have so many things to do here, and that thing is gonna be there. It's just gonna be like regardless of how,
Yeah.
regardless if we go there or not, it's gonna be fucking hard to get there anyway. It's like
Ay, ay, ay.
I mean, if I look at the map and I see how the Great Vault got fucked up, I mean, say it does the exact same down there. I mean, not that much is lost in that sense. But is that the sacrifice we're willing to make?
I don't know so much if it's that part that we need to be worried about as it is the part that if we lose ourselves, we can't then go fix this later.
It would be better to get it out of the way now and not worry about it
Yeah,
later.
but then we have to you have to think about logistics. Like
I mean, you also mentioned splitting. What if some of us go up to Witspine to do the research and we try to communicate? Do any of you, and I turn over to the Forsaken and Sona, and I'll be like, do any of you have the ability to communicate like our good friend Orissa can?
They
Like a sending spell, is what you mean.
Yes.
yeah, that's a no.
Maybe we could just
Hmm.
check in occasionally, then?
Meet up spot.
I mean, I
Sona,
could check into.
as
I
you
could
guys
check in
are
every
talking
day.
about this and shit. Look, remember, we're all a team now, so if you can maybe brace us for something, we can try to go take care of it. If it's something that of this importance. But at the same time, I feel like you guys maybe might have to wait.
I think it has to wait. I mean,
It's too much.
I'm just gonna say it like this, and this is gonna sound extremely harsh and horrible. Shriko is already lost. It is close to Shriko. Frupolis is far enough away to potentially be caught in the edge of it at worst if we leave it there for a bit. We have things we need to do up here. We cannot be losing travel time, regardless of who is going, if we're splitting up, if we're not splitting up. That's so much travel time that we lose. Whatever happens along the way is also going to be an issue. We need to stay on track.
Plus this war that is seeming to be brought up. Who knows when that's about to be firing off, and I would at this moment I'm not sure which side is which.
Indeed.
Which side might need our support.
Yeah.
I mean, the side is it's very clear which side needs our support. It's the innocent people in the kingdom. That's very obvious. Like,
Well, yes, but what if it's fallen? What if it's no longer in good hands as she looks over to you?
well, then we avenge it.
We need to save it. But
Yeah. If it's too late, then we avenge it.
we need to try our best to not allow this war to go. Look, let's do one step thing at a time. How about we will head back to Mossrest and try to gather any information about this war and anything in the south that, just in case, we'll be discreet about it. And then you guys go to Whitspine. Find out whatever you can from there. Well, yes, you mentioned something about the north, and Joram's kind of like, yeah, that's also kind of important. And she's just like, we have to pick and choose our battles. From what it sounds like, you're being bombarded with no information. We need information. Now that we... And she kind of looks over at most of you and also every now, like, glancing, like, almost lock eyes for, like, a few seconds with Akuma and Tay, Voss and Alistar and Exuria. Now that we're a team, let's try to work as a team. We'll figure out any information we can. You go and figure out any information you can, and we'll share with each other. Go from there. That's the best we can do.
Vampires.
Please tell me you're not
Vampires.
bringing another problem into this.
No, it's a
There's
problem that's
vampires
already.
at Thorndale.
I was about to say, we already have that on the list. It's not another problem as much as it's part of everything else.
I mean, if only we had Sabura here, because she could. She told me she had something against vampires, but she's not fucking here. So she said something about daylight. Spelled. I can't do it. But if any of looks at all of them can do daylight, that's a vampire fucker. So you know. And steaks. Steaks.
Well,
Something running water. I don't
They
understand
like
how running
beef?
water works.
So they like beef a lot?
as Actos,
No, it's steak.
as Actos kind of speaks up, and this is the guy who's kind of like wearing, more of like hide-ish like leather, carrying a staff. His horns, as it kind of goes out a little bit, points slightly outwards with his brownish black hair. No, we do not have anything in terms of that. And he just kind of does like a little flame. But fire is the best what we are known for. It would at least
Well,
hopefully
burn
do
it.
something.
I mean, at the very least, it will fuck their day up.
We are known
There
to
is a
be.
group of vampires.
Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, there's a group of vampires in Coolidge. The what are they called? Dusk Boys. What are they? The boy? You talking about
Dusk
the boy band
Breakers.
guys? What did you talk?
The
Yeah,
Dusk
that's what they're called.
Breakers.
Oh.
So they might be on our side still. They might be able to help it out. Weren't you supposed to kill that vampire guy, guys?
Yes, we know.
The
Oh, but
what?
I fucked that up. They were supposed to kill like a vampire that was part of that boy band.
The Day Strikers? So Dawn
No.
Strikers?
It was Dusk
Dusk
Breakers.
Dusk Breakers.
That's break. So
The Breakers of Dusk.
I mean, you didn't do that, but at the same time, if we find that guy, I guess we can.
Are they still around? Can we contact them?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I could. No,
The
I can't contact.
vampires,
I've never met them.
probably.
I mean, I could contact Sabur, and Sabur could contact them, I suppose. So it's like a triangle thing going on there.
Sure, why not?
I mean, if that
We can do that.
helps, it's
I
better
mean,
than nothing.
I mean, we need everything on our side. I mean, we are fighting a war we do not know who the players are, even.
Indeed. For all we know, we're our own team and everybody else is against us.
That's
Wouldn't
definitely
that
what it's starting to
Yeah.
seem like.
Yep.
Well, let's get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow and we'll continue our journey. I think it's going to be a long one for sure. So she kind of starts to walk through you all and kind of patting almost each of you, and she does kind of get to you, Tay, and you see almost like hesitation, and like she kind of walks by without, acknowledging you. And then you do just feel something like on your head, kind of like a hand. And then it just gently lets off. And you kind of like slightly turn around to see as it was definitely her. She just. It seems this isn't easy for everybody. And so much has happened within the past just 2 days. Its emotions are still extremely high and are trying to work way down. They're trying to figure out how to bring this emotion down that has been building up for a while. But you all, unless anybody's wanting to do anything.
I have one thing I need to do.
Yes.
It's called wagon improvement.
Wagon improvement.
I mean, we're only traveling with them until the split, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Still wagon improvement, because if we don't, that's gonna be horrendous.
Especially
Okay.
if
Let's go 9.
So
I'm gonna go need to fucking cut some fucking lumber right here. There's trees everywhere.
I'll go help.
Sure,
help with that.
one decently sized tree should suffice.
Yeah, I could pull it out of the ground again.
Yeah.
Just roots and all, just pull it all out.
I mean, technically, it's not the worst idea, I suppose. Because I just need it there. It doesn't need to be cut up into usable, like a workable piece per se. It just needs to be next to it, and then I can just take what I need from it. But
I can go
I could try just knocking one down.
yeah, it's like let's just
my
not go
axe?
overkill. Just
I'll say
accidentally
with
overkill it.
a lot of people over one tree,
Yeah.
and it's not like you guys. First off, you're in the
group of-
Mammoth Forest.
Exactly.
Group
All
team
of
versus
these
tree.
trees, all extremely tall. Like, again, for people who might have like played Ark, like these trees are just skyscrapers.
I mean, this guy can just chop out the piece of first then.
You're talking about one tree could probably equal about 4 to 5 normal sized trees that were like you guys saw in the south.
Okay, let's just take out a part then.
Alright.
You know what?
Probably
I have
just
an
take
even
a
better idea.
branch.
I have an even better fucking idea. Bring the cart next to it, and I just put it out from the tree. There we go. I just need the
hollow
materials
the
to be
tree
there.
out.
No, I just take like a slice of it. Like I just need like the outside.
Like,
I don't
it's-
need
Like a birthday cake.
It's not a thin like tree either. Like you're talking about like I don't know my trees. I would think an oak is a decent size, but
Isn't
like
like a what are those trees called in America?
If I remember correctly, the last time we were here, weren't there like also some ruined buildings just around this big temple?
Yeah.
Just some ruined wooden ones, because didn't we hide in some while the wyvern flew
that
over?
was
That was the next
a
town.
ruins
That
up
might be the
north.
next town.
Okay,
Yeah, it wasn't this one.
okay, I don't remember.
Sequoia trees,
There's a
one
lot
of
of-
these things.
But yeah,
Oh,
these
yeah,
are
the
these are
giant
heavily
redwood as
thick
well.
in a way. So like
Well, like
you're-
jungle tree.
not that in my mind I would know exactly how much you'd be taking from this tree. How big are you trying to redo this wagon?
I'm just trying to make it big enough to fit more people. It's like not like I'm not trying to make a fucking mansion. I'm just trying to
So
within reason make it bigger so that
Full-
people are
a
cramped, but we all
full-on
fit.
mansion.
Like we're cramped, but we fit.
Ooh, we should put a roof over it as well, so that we stop.
No, that's too
getting
much effort. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm
So I'm gonna say, with right now, with possibly one, maybe if you want to put another person up front, but we'll say if one person was driving, you could have about 8 people in the back. But this is kind of like you're already bunched up. There's no like leg room, chances to relax and to just, if people were to going to like sleep in this wagon, for an example, like 2 people might try to do a floorway, and then people could try to like put their backs together, so on and so forth. So 8 people, sardine style.
Well, at least
Are you going to try to fit? There's 4, 5,
help me.
6,
That's a lot of people.
7. Yeah. So you're trying to fit 7. If you put 2 people in the front, you're trying to go about 5 to 6 extra people. Does that sound maybe reasonable? How about we try to do it to be more of, instead of extending it long ways, you're trying to just make it a little bit more wider. So some people could be just sitting in the floor.
Yeah, I was thinking making it wide, not longer.
Okay, sorry. I think
That's fine.
long first
fine.
and then wide.
No, it's wide for me.
But this would
Be both length and girth, Joseph.
Hey, I only go for one, guys.
We're growing.
Uh,
The choice.
well, no, there's no problem there.
As long as it's not cube shaped, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or fire hydrant.
So, okay, make an Arcana check. We'll just start off with this. Go ahead and make an Arcana check of
Sure.
how well this turns out.
18.
Okay, sure, it fucking works. I don't want to waste
Magic.
5 hours on trying to figure this shit out.
Magic.
It works,
The logistics behind
but it
making the
has
wagon bigger.
it does have to be 2-horse pull.
Yeah, that was.
So that is a
Okay.
regardless.
That was
Sure.
gonna be like that was already calculated in.
Okay, so you spent a good portion of your time as everybody's, just relaxing and stuff, and pulling the wagon close to a tree over a course of however long it would honestly take to get this to extend into a point where this seems reasonable. But of course, again, like, yeah, well, 2-horse situation. Look at Akuma and like, shit. So, anything else?
What bother the tieflings?
I was
As soon as
I
they're
was gonna
done
talk
fixing the
to-
cart, I cast Thunderwave on it just to break it. No, I'm kidding.
Sounds about right.
I cast Finger of Death on Zoe.
That also sounds about right. Kuma,
I
what are
accept the-
you?
Saving throw.
What are you pestering them about?
Well, she's probably asking like small questions like, are all tiefling reds? Are all tieflings using fire? Have I
They-
seen you guys before?
They explain that they themselves have came from Mylan. They don't talk about their backstory or their past. They just say where they came from, which is the continent over. They know that, and kind of going over basic stuff. They tell you that they have seen, kind of including you, but you seeming different, of tieflings that are more of the cold-like nature. So not all tieflings play with fire. They mentioned due to their skin, they are more fire resistant, which is why they are very blunt with their own, like attacking them like their own team with fire, because they know it's not going to do hardly anything to them, but it keeps not only them in the fight, but it's like, oh, you think I won't use this high level spell to hurt the rest of you? Like, he's resistant, you're not. And he just, like, so their strategy revolves around pretty much closing people in and hitting them when they think like they won't do something like that, because their teammates can actually handle it.
Makes
Oh
sense.
god, is that what she thinks? I'm eyes?
Think everyone uses
They heard a rumor. They would say they heard a rumor. There was and it's like a rumor from another rumor that it's super rare to see a tiefling of a different color. But they're not sure if that is true.
Lori.
Is there anything else you would ask them about?
Well, she probably doesn't want to bother them too long, even though she's just pretty much like, I'm excited, I've never seen more tieflings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bye, I'm going to go.
I'll say if you're not pretty much trying to intrigue on any further questions, I'd say that y'all had a basics of conversations and maybe just some things about, like, you're just trying to understand about tieflings, and they're kind of confused. And I'll say you don't go into full detail either, but you just explain that I've never seen one, I've always felt different, blah blah blah, and they just, it's like, well, welcome to the party. Nothing special. And so you guys have just a very basic general conversation. Anybody else?
If I heard them say Mila, I would have a question for them.
Sure.
You said you're from Mila, right? Have you ever heard of a temple with a pond or a pond with a temple somewhere over there?
Acurus speaks up and because he kind of knows what you're talking about. No, we, as far as I'm aware of, have not interacted with such place. You could probably find more information on, what was the name of that city, Actos? You talking about Earthscar, that place I hate the most? Ah, yes. And Oros is like, my home! And I'm like, he's like, yes, buddy, where you're from. You could always try to ask them, or ask around there. They might know. And he kind of walks with you for a second. He's just, I think that place was kept secret. Maybe because mortals wasn't supposed to play with it. I don't know how they found it in the first place, but going off of what he showed us, I would not be surprised if it blended back in with the surroundings. So while
like they followed rivers, maybe, so maybe if anything we could find rivers to follow. Are there rivers in Mila?
No.
Wasn't there like the path will be shown to you when you need to know it? Is that what he said?
Yes, that is. So hopefully, if you guys do get there with it, hopefully the path will open up for you all and we can get that taken care of. But unfortunately, we would have no regulation. I never even knew until I saw what it was. So I'm sorry, friend. But thank you again.
Thank you.
And kind of goes back to his group and people just chit-chatting everywhere else. Brynjolf is even kind of like slightly responsive. He's like sitting up and he's just, it seems like he's having a real hard time of just living, but he's trying. It seems as though with just time he's coming back, but it's like there was a couple of times if somebody walked by, he's just, please kill me, and they just like walk by and he's like, oh. Somebody walks.
Okay, and I pull out my sword.
Or she just goes up and stands next to the where he's lying, and and she just says second time, and then just walks away again.
And he's like, you could like, it's not that you can hear, but it's like he even tries to pick up his own stuff, but it's just like so weak, and he's just, it's in my grasp, and I can't even wield it. So
Unlucky, man.
To be killed.
No, he's just a big wuss.
I could do it.
I mean, anyone here could do it.
Jerome kind of speaks up as he's walking by. I couldn't.
I mean, you could, you bitch.
Just suffocate him with a pillow. It's not that hard.
Yeah, just put some books on his face. It really hard.
I like my books, thank you.
I turn around and mouth the words, "Everyone get quiet," and then I'll cast darkness directly on top of where Brynjolf is.
Oh no! Don't torture them, man.
You
Well,
you
You're
you do
retarded.
that, and he like, and just every now and then you just hear like a moan of just. Please, I embrace the darkness. Come take me. It's finally time.
Well,
just have a light in the middle of the darkness. It's like, I see you.
the fucking drama llama. God damn it.
Yeah, that goes on. But anyways, if nothing else, if nobody else
Oh,
has,
I need to hold Jorm hostage as well for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
When she's done with him, I want him. So I mean,
I mean, you can.
Yeah, we
It
got
doesn't matter when you want to hold him hostage. You can hold him hostage first. Fine.
okay, so you kind of catch up to Joram, and he's just like it looks like he's just walking not like a perimeter, but like a very tiny perimeter. Like all of you are still outside of him, so he's like, I'm going to be safe no matter where I walk. But like he's just like getting walks in while like reading a book.
it's.
It's 100 by 100 feet area, by the way. I've made it big, boy. Sanctum. It's really
gonna-
big.
So yeah, he's not. By all means, he's not walking anywhere out. This is
I know.
if let's say
Still
the
big.
party is within like a 20 yards of like of an area, he's like 10 feet just doing a circle.
Okay.
He is not getting close to the outside as he doesn't want to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So
My boy.
What did you want to say? Do you want to take him hostage first? Or should I take him hostage first? It's fine with me.
I was gonna take you hostage, Arissa.
Well, okay. Well, what's the hostage order?
alright, so we'll say Akuma and Joram and then Arissa and Tay. And then it could be Arissa and Joram.
No one is safe.
So, alright, what you got?
Awesome. She just kind of like walks up to him and just kind of.
Sorry, yeah. And he closes his book and kind of like puts it slightly underneath his arm. It's what may I help you with, Akuma?
Well, something kind of confused me last time we talked. You said that, Ace got to know his daughter. I'm kind of unsure whether or not you were talking about him or talking about yourself. I figured I told you everything, so maybe I could at least get an answer. Whatever that was.
I meant that towards at least he got to know you. Oh, I think I might want to sit down for this one.
Sure.
By the fire where it's warm. Well, actually, it's kind of hot here. He's just like, looks around, he's like, I guess right here is fine then. And he just, no, we're gonna go by the fire. He just walks over. He doesn't want to sit on the ground. So you go and sit next to him, and he's just, I never even got to meet, and it almost looks like he's choking up a little bit. I never really got to meet my daughter.
Oh.
She was, let's just say, there was a man who wanted my skills, and I had to be a very beautiful wife, and I was very happily what we had. He did not like it when I told him no. And so he took my wife from me. So I agreed to help. And over time, I found out she gave birth to a child. pretty sure. And he kind of smiles for a second before like a tear starts to run down his eye. And he's like, pretty sure it was mine.
He
And
just pulls out that handkerchief that she gave him. I think you need this more than me right now.
oh, thank you, and kind of takes it. I think he knew that. And they both were killed before I could ever get to them. I was in a dark place ever since. And then Ace came along and pulled me back out. And I guess you could say gave me purpose. It's not a very easy tale to tell. I mean, thankfully he's no longer around to hurt anybody close to me anymore. But the pain never seems to go away.
You tell me about it. It seems to be that way.
He might have done it better for me, as it's not again an easy thing to gloss over about. But he did mention about you every now and then, and says he had high expectations for you, and I figured he was expecting a lot out of you. I mean, Ace is a high-strung person, I guess you could say, and the way I took it is he had plans that he wanted you to do. I didn't think it was something that you explained.
Well, when it comes to the end of everything, I don't actually ever knew what he would typically want. He was always so vague with everything.
Well, I'm sorry still. I would like to ask, I mean, just for me, I would like to talk to him and kind of find out more about what he's trying to do.
You and me both. He even made that darn wyvern that keeps following me around. I don't even know what that's all about. He said something about a brother. I'm like, and I'm not even part wyvern. What was he thinking?
I wish I knew. I do not know anything about that. But hopefully we can get the staff and maybe bring him to a talking point. And
yeah,
I don't know. He just never seemed bad to me. So it's very strange to hear all of this.
I kind of figure. I think anybody else that knew him well enough wouldn't have probably even believed me. They probably still don't. No one would really. It's always different when you live with someone, but everybody outside of that seems to be, well, different.
He, he just places a hand on your shoulder and he's just, well, makes you feel better. I think like everybody else, we're here for you. So you're not alone. We're behind you all the way.
Thank you, Adrian. You're definitely a very nice guy, and same goes for you. We're all here for you as well. So you don't have to worry about a thing.
Believe me, it's a lot easier when I don't have to worry about nothing, because I guess as you can tell, I do not like conflict. It is.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want it to touch me.
So you really don't fight? No magic? No nothing?
Yeah. Between us, guys have gave me some things if I need to get out of Dodge, but it's on like I should never use unless it's to get out of Dodge. So
I have plenty of those spells, so I guess if you really need to get out of there, you could always just count on me.
thank you. That would be very kind.
Mm.
So
Well,
as you guys continue to talk, Tay and Orissa.
my camera's like blurry.
Uh,
Focus,
so
come
I
on. Focus. I'll mute myself.
so I had another vision not too long
Mm-hmm.
ago. Um
Mm-hmm.
it's about fight for someone other than yourself. Um I guess he wanted me to declare who I would choose to live life for, I guess. Or
Okay. I mean, I guess you could interpret that way. I think it's more do things not because you want something out of it. You do something to help someone else out of the kindness of your heart, not because you can get something in return. But I suppose you can commit yourself to one person as well. That's also a thing.
well, I guess this is also contributing to something else that when we were in that vortex trying to get Exilia out. Um, when yelled out for her to stop, I um I seen from Kalari's point of view me.
Hmm.
Um, um, do you remember that laugh the shaman had?
Yeah, I do.
I It seemed like I had that laugh
Hmm.
when
I mean, it's not a long stretch to think that that shaman is also corrupted by the darkness, to put it in those words. I mean,
I think he let it in
I
more than
mean, yeah, probably. I mean, no
uh,
offense, but goblins are not the most stable people.
stable. I agree with that. Because of that, there's I'm having a hard time choosing between two people
Mm,
to put that kind of trust in.
mm. I
One
mean,
is you, and the other one, I have to talk to her in case she still holds any remorse. And if she does, I do want you to promise me if she does kill me, not to attack her or not to hold it against her. Because I'm gonna ask her if she would still want that after we're done with everything.
oh, okay. I'm
It's
flattered,
Exilia.
by the way. Oof, oof. I mean, oof. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a.
I
That's gonna be a conversation and a half, but I think you are both set on paths of atonement, and maybe together is better than anything else because I haven't gone through the same thing that you two have gone through because you were in that fight. You have seen the darkness. You've been part of the darkness. She has seen it happen to her friends, so maybe together you can find your way back.
Oh, yeah. I
Right?
I felt when I seen that vision that I was killing to her someone that was what it was for me with Pelk, someone important to her.
Mhm.
That's why I wouldn't hold it against her if she did want to kill me still.
I mean, it's up to you if you want to do that, and I'll be there if you need me. And I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna kill her, but I might rough her up in an anger flare. But I mean, that's soon. I mean, we'll see. We'll cross that bridge if we get there.
Uh,
But I do.
I I'm willing to accept that. It's just make sure the others don't do anything reckless, I guess.
Sure. No, I mean, yeah, I think that would be in maybe not the wisest thing, but potentially in the long run the smartest thing. Because I think what you are looking for is something that she desperately needs in her life as well. Maybe she can find a friend in you. Who knows?
If that's what she finds, then that's what she finds.
I mean, I can't say. I don't know. I haven't seen what you have seen. I haven't done what you have done, but one can speculate, right? I mean,
Yeah.
go for it. Go for it. I mean, like I applaud your bravery. I'd say is the word I would use. And I'll be here if you need me, but I won't do anything, and I will keep the others away if it gets rough. I mean, she might beat you up regardless.
Yeah. It's fine if she does that.
I mean, or she might not do anything at all. I think that's more likely. I think you're both done with violence in that sense,
Yeah.
right?
I would hope so. Yeah,
Mm.
but we I mean, I don't know with her, but
I mean, I'm mostly
yeah,
talking about you in this case.
I think I am with anything that involves her. I think I want to help her as much as I can and keep her
Color,
from falling from falling from that path
mm,
that she wants to take to atone.
color me impressed. Color me impressed.
Well, if I had a smart teacher.
Some people would say that. I just think myself an idiot who just owns up her choices, I suppose. I mean, that's not, like, look at what I've caused. And she just points at all of this. Like, this is my fault, so I think smart is a bit of an over exaggeration.
Well, yeah, a smart person would acknowledge those faults. An idiot would just ignore them.
Guess I am a good teacher after all.
Yeah.
So as you both wrap up your conversations, uh, Marissa, you do notice that Kuma and Joram seem to have during your conversation have already split, and Joram is starting to like pack things away as the lights out, and he's just almost like he's just getting ready for not necessarily for bed, but getting everything ready.
I count him like a shadow in the night.
He's make a stealth check.
Sure. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's see, where's my stealth? Here's my stealth. Natural 20, please.
Yeah, not, yeah,
You
right up behind him.
like there was a
Surely.
there was a part as you're just casually like you're starting to like you're eyeing him for a second, and like Exuria kind of passes by you, and she just like stops and like just walk like you have no intent, and he'll never know, and just continues walking, and you just start walking like you're not you're just going to that location, you have nothing, and like you're just gone, and he's just
motherfucker, I'm right here.
Ah!
Like, stands back.
he screams and it's just everybody kind of stops and turns and he's, don't do that to me.
Everyone just runs over. Is everybody okay? I heard you scream.
I mean, no, he's just being a wuss.
He
Oh.
just lays on the ground and he just
I think you killed him. You sure?
No.
he tries to like
No,
find a
he's fine.
flower. He tries to find a flower and he just holds it
It's a
over him.
twig.
I
He's
cast
dead.
major image and make it look like there's a coffin around him.
Oh no, I was kidding. I was kidding.
That's good. Alright, I'll go now.
Joram was a great person. It was too bad we
Yeah.
didn't know him as long as we did.
So, but after things have settled back down, you're able to talk to him as he's not panicking out of his mind.
I just like Orisa looks at them and just says to him, why does my magic not contact you when I send you a message?
Sorry? What do you mean?
Like Orisa like just like walks away like if walks away so she's like out of whisper earshot, so probably like a little bit, sends a message to him and he says like, eat that fuck. Nothing happens, I suppose.
Nope, nothing happens.
I just go back to him. Well, that should have contacted you and you should have been able to reply back to me.
I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't think it's anything I have. I don't know.
I'm gonna use subtle spell and cast detect thoughts.
Does that even work?
Is he bullshitting? What is he thinking? What is his surface thoughts right now about that?
He seems to be just like he has no idea what you're talking about.
Why is she bombarding me with these?
Dig deeper.
Or is he just looks at him?
Pierce the veil of his mind.
did
Break it.
did Ace ever do anything to you that, like, put any spells on you or something that made it harder for you to be contacted or to be contacted by him specifically?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not the magical know-it-all. I'm just into books. I mean, he's gave me some things and told me if I need to, you know, disappear so I don't get hit by something, I can. But like, that's about it. I don't know anything about the arcane nature of whether it's items or spells. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm gonna cast Identify on him. It's like when I touch a creature,
We can
you
see
like,
magical effects
you-
and
yeah. If you
Creepy.
instead touch a creature, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
like if
You-
you cast it on Zoe, you can see he has
Um,
disguised self up.
you go to try to touch him and he backs off and he's like, "Please, let's not." Okay, that's whatever you're trying to
Where are you
do.
hiding from?
I'm trying to
I mean, I need
not
to know.
die. What do you mean you need to know? I am telling you everything you need to know.
I mean, what is he thinking about?
It's just like slowly viewing you as like somebody who's trying to hurt him.
It's just like, if I wanted to hurt you, I could do it in much more creative ways than this.
Let's just not. And
I don't want a backdoor into our group for Ace.
I have no.
I am being nice now. I'm being nice still about this. Don't make it bad.
Give me a sec. Let me look at something.
That was close. I keep hearing fireworks. That one was really close.
Yeah,
would-
I was hearing those earlier.
I would like everybody except Arissa to go deaf.
Oh,
Yeah,
here we go.
give me a second. I
Oh,
gotta
that's
remember how to
wrong,
do
but-
that.
I did find
Yeah,
the echo into our
go
party.
deaf and mute,
I did it.
and I'll
Yay.
Meanwhile, Clay fucking looks at the stream. I know everything.
yeah. There better be no cheaters. Anyways, you see he kind of like tucks his hand for a second, and then you hear something in your mind. We can do this here, but I prefer to take care of business outside. I am not here to harm anything, but I have been on your side the entire time.
Or just smiles. Like a broad smile. As I'm doing right now. I mean, I had my suspicions, I just wanted to confirm it.
Well, he kind of goes back into his talking voice. Um, as he says, well, look, I think you're a very smart individual. I didn't think it would matter that much, but let's not pursue things any further as they need to be. That is okay with you. It is okay with me.
I mean, I suppose we just have that matter of the staff later to deal with, but we'll cross that bridge once we get there.
I would believe that would be the case.
I mean, I'm just saying, for everyone's benefit, we should avoid a confrontation, I suppose.
As I would like to do the same. It is, as you can see, I'm very skittish and would prefer not confrontation. I cannot handle that.
Sure. Ursa just like walks away.
And he just takes a deep breath and he's Rusa Joram Rusa and tries to tuck himself back in.
Should we take watches?
Ursa just. I mean, yeah. We'll be foolish enough to fuck us up at this point, but.
Yeah, that'd be sick, I guess.
I'll say amongst everybody, including other members, it's quite easy. A lot of you actually managed to get some good sleep. The ones who kind of haven't took too much damage are probably the ones who are who's doing the most patrols, while everybody else could get some decent sleep.
Sure.
So.
No, the only issue is Alistair's one of those people.
Yeah. There's a couple. Alistar, Xuya, Suruki, Arissa, Boss. So there's a good amount of people.
I don't need to take a watch. I'm fine.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
perfectly
sleep.
fine.
I'll go
We'll
back
just
in my
hang the
lantern
lan-
to sleep.
We'll just hang the lantern over a fire.
I come out of my lantern, kick Tay, and then go to sleep on the wagon.
Yeah,
That way, if
because
they put the wagon over the fire, Orisa will kick Tay.
You know, that
But-
or a horse will.
Or Google will as a horse. Anyway.
but regardless, you all get some good sleep, as we enter into day 30.
Wisdom saving throws.
Yeah. I need everybody to make wisdom
Wisdom.
saving throws.
Wisdom. 4,
Ugh, yeah, those.
7,
Natural
18.
20.
Yeah, I see.
18.
18. Oh, cat. Aren't you the one who's most affected by this already?
I think so.
Hold
yeah.
on, let me
This
check
is
something.
0.
I think you already have like 2 points of
Uh,
it, don't you?
The
Okay.
worst thing is I have if it's 0 on that thing to roll it, so it's not really fair. Oof.
Um,
I got a +1.
Wisdom sucks.
I mean, my wisdom's only a +3, but I just rolled natural 20, right?
I'm just glad Warlock
Zero.
get proficiency in wisdom saving throws, or it would be a -1 for me.
I mean, I don't even know. Oh yeah, wisdoms also have proficiency there. What?
you can just leave that there. I just
Barbarians
need
do
the.
not.
Actually,
I was gonna say if they do,
I don't
that'd be
need
funny.
that. Let's just. I just need that. Okay.
Do I build resistance to it? With a
Everybody,
Fuck you.
you wake up fine. Akuma, you wake up slight headache, but other than that, you are also fine. And so, everybody wakes up, grabbing their things together. Everybody does, of course, with a tight fit, and this time you kind of don't cast your servant, as some members take control over it, as there's 2 people sitting up front to make a slightly more room.
You
But-
don't need to use the reins. I got this.
Um,
Ah.
Say
so,
this before or after you become a horse, because if it's after, we just hear
that is true.
Probably before, 'cause she's like, I don't want you jerking around or smacking anything on me. This is just, I'm gonna do the job. I know for sure.
As you were saying that, Sona's the one who like sits in the driver's seat and just stares at you for a second.
I'm gonna whip you all the fucking time.
Kuma gives it like that "do it, I dare you" face.
She gives it right back, as I will do it. Don't test me. All right. So,
Yeah.
is this our 5-day travel of all the spells?
I mean, I can cast polymorph 3 times a day now.
Okay.
And then you have Akumu, and I can extend it to 5 hours.
So we have 3 with 2 additional
And
polymorphs.
Akuma can do
should
9
get you
hours.
there.
Akuma can do 9 hours.
Okay.
And then you can polymorph yourself again for 10.
Oh,
So you can do 10 hours. Yeah, because she has 1 hour from normal polymorph, then 8 hours from sorcery points, then 1
Oh.
point from, and then 1 extra hour from the second polymorph.
So is that what
Just
you're
10.
doing? You're using all of them, right?
I mean, we're so many now. If we have 2 people without their 4th level, we have so many people who can defend, so we can just use
Yep.
fit travel.
Okay. So let me do something real quick.
I can hit stuff harder. We're okay. Or I can get hit more.
I can run away easily, so no worries about that.
I mean, yeah, I've seen you do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it hurt a little.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Um,
I wasn't prepared for you to run in.
And so this
That's
is
fine,
this is
It worked out.
this is both of you. Obviously, her keeping polymorph mostly on herself, and then you polymorphing the horse a couple of times.
I mean,
Gosh, it would've
I
really
was-
bad
I
if
was-
right when she
it's
goes
like-
to whip. Right when she goes to whip, it's just
I can, so,
back to
depending on
Akuma.
how many hours you want to travel, I can,
Because I would assume, first off, I mean, unless she uses a few of her points, she could twin spell it the first time, and you guys take off.
I mean, netto, it will end up being the same effect. It's just different places of where the spells are. In the end, it will be the same.
Okay, because I'm trying to calculate it
That'd be three.
so I get an
That'd be three
accurate.
horses then.
So it's like we can't do. Let's
I think we basically get like 10 hours of travel by
More
the
even.
carriage, right?
So it's like it's 10 hours from her. Then I can the horse will get tired at like what 7 or 8. Then I can extend the horse until 1 to 4 hours. And then I could polymorph Akuma again, like for an extra hour if I want to. So it's like we can travel 10, 11 hours if you want to. Like 11. Say we can do 11
Okay, so let's.
if we want to.
Push it.
Like I think 12 would be stretching the horse. Not the
I mean, I
creature.
think
we
we
go
only get
8?
like 6 hours of daylight, anyways. So
That's a
mean-
good thing.
Yeah.
I
Should
mean,
we do 8 then?
travel is about 8 hours in D&D.
Yeah,
If you want to
so
go rule, if
do
you want
at
to go
least
rule wise.
8.
Like it's like normal travel, but we're like magic traveling at this point.
Magic, yeah. Like with the horse, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because nobody like you're too tired to travel after those 8 hours, but since we're like magic cheating our way through it, you know.
No exhaustion. Just go.
wait, if the horse gets tired, turn the horse slightly different.
Yeah, I'm just turning into a different horse. It's still a horse, but just a different horse.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So no exhaustion. Just go.
Alright, so
It's like that's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing before. We turned the horse into another horse.
you turn a human into another human.
No, it only works on beasts.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I can only turn them into beasts. Sorry.
I'll have to go back and refigure everything else later because I don't want to waste our time. So here's what I'll say. Because I know at first you guys could do 3. That's just normal what the horse could do. And I think it was you guys could do 5 days if you used all polymorph and stuff. Now that you guys have a little bit more, I'll say just for now we'll do 2 more extra hexes. So this is 7 hexes in 1 day travel.
Nice.
Sure. Sounds fair.
That sounds fair.
Okay.
Could be. Yeah, whatever.
It might. I feel like it might be more, but I think it's going to take me just a moment to write
mean,
it
just
all
wait until-
down.
Just wait until we start flying.
Yeah, that too. It would be a lot easier.
Or teleporting when we get it to that point.
All right, so
We don't have.
Yeah, be ready, Joseph, for us to just jump
There.
across the entire map.
oh,
It's gonna
that'd
be
be
easy
that'd
for
be a
you.
lot easier. Please,
Just like-
just hurry up. I need you to
So,
hurry.
I mean, to
this
keep
hurts
any
my head.
location that we've ever been to prepared.
I don't care. I want you to like stop traveling by foot.
Yeah, just taking too
This
long.
hurts.
You can just jump us up to a level where we get teleportation.
No. Alright, so
No.
anything that anybody does along this travel as this I mean you guys are
I
definitely picking up.
I'm gonna try something whilst we're doing because it's a 3rd level, not a 4th level. So
Okay.
I'm gonna send a message to Cell. In the cell. Hey. Very easy. I don't know if the spell's gonna go through, so this is gonna be like. I don't know if this will go through. I may have made a mistake. Were you lying about the Star Guardians being turned to stone?
You feel as though it made its journey to whoever you were sending it to, so. But there's nothing. You
Probably
don't.
understand a magic thing
It's
where you can fly.
it's weird. You're not sure. There's like a hint of kind of like what felt like Sona, but it's nothing close to that. It's like just something's blocking you.
Yeah, I figured.
Denied.
Denied.
I mean, it's like, I was just like, if Lily let me do this, they would be so fucking stupid of Lily. So she's like, okay, checks out. But at least I
Unless Lily was telling the truth. So it basically guarantees Lily has something to hide.
I mean, Lily has something to hide regardless, or
Yeah.
like left or right. It's just, I was just checking my base, not that like I left him like unchecked without, you know. Anyway, I think that's all I would do.
Okay. Okay.
Unless someone else wants me to send a message to someone, which they can ask me for because I am the magical carrier pigeon.
Should we tell Teller the good news?
I
Or no?
That's the big one who carries Onis on his back.
yes.
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 I mean, I have no clue what he has gotten himself into. He probably did. Do we want to open that
Well-
extra can of worms? I mean, I'm not asking this like with my opinion attached to it. I'm just asking what is your opinion?
I think it's probably best if you give him some kind of update. I mean, we haven't talked to him in week or two.
I mean, more. I think no. I have no clue. Time is.
Maybe.
I think it's
Yeah, I
like a
think it's
week
a
and a
week.
half. 'Cause I think
Oh yeah,
that's
because
about how long
weeks are
you've
longer.
known Zoe.
Weeks are longer here.
It's been
think
around
it's-
that, almost 2-ish like weeks.
Yeah. I think it's been like 17 days. A week's 10 days, so. Let me go check
Yeah.
what day Zoe joined, because that would actually probably give the best estimate.
And I look at the coon. What do you think?
Huh.
That's a good question. Are we at the
He's
end
a
of the
horse.
day? Or...
This is
At some
just
point in-
well, this is throughout the day, and Akuma is
It's been
still a
tw-
horse.
it's-
But do I understand them as a horse?
You understand, it's just you don't
Uh,
speak common.
Probably. I
It's
guess
been
she kinda just-
24, so it's been 2.5 weeks at least, because that's when
Yeah.
Zoe.
She just kind of does a little snort.
Snort twice if yes, snort once if no.
Oh, I guess she says, sure. Pretty
Well,
much.
sure wasn't an answer, but
Oh,
I would
no.
I'll accept yes.
I don't know how to. Wow, the horse.
Like the horse shrugged.
Mid-step,
Ah.
mid-step, the whole carriage just kind of rocked.
Like yeah, there was a bump. It's like kind of like it like jumped up a little bit and kind of like shrugged and went back down. The other horse is like, "The hell are you doing? Just walking."
Are you okay?
Uh,
What was on the ground?
fucking horses, right? Or magical horse, right? Fuck it. Hey, Sony, you
don't
want to say
know.
anything? Sony, you want to say anything to Tele? Apart from how much you hate him, I mean that's totally fair as well.
That sounds about all I would like to say.
All right, checks out.
Well, he's a
As Akuma
Rapola,
finally snorts
so-
yes. Because I don't think kind of like it. Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna send a message to Tele.
do that.
Hey, we got Sona and the Forsaken freed. Sona doesn't like what you've done. You're gonna get an ass whooping at some point, provided we ever meet.
Provided we is where I counted to.
Does it stop there already? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Conversations. Oh, I forget
Good.
that spell so much. It's limited words.
Joseph's face. He's just like.
I don't know. I'm waiting on Joseph because I don't know.
Alive, dead.
I have no
what did we
idea.
get? Yeah. What did we get?
You get back agonizing screams as
oh,
he
do I?
is
Moron.
in the midst of one could only assume dying, torture, combination of both. Doesn't sound nice and doesn't sound pretty, and it was extremely loud.
Orisa just shoots like ice Joram, and then Orisa says, "Well, wherever he is, Sona, he is getting the punishment you wanted to inflict on him."
Without knowing, she probably she's just maybe I can breathe a little bit easier.
I mean, if your punishment was torture.
Like, still not necessarily understanding the context. She's just kind of like, maybe a little bit would teach him to not fuck up next time.
So, I'll fill you in on what I potentially think he is doing. He is looking for his family, I suppose. And with family, I mean Frillbox. And when he messaged his son,
Grandson.
grandson, yeah, doesn't matter. Like, you don't know this. I'm just going down the line. He responded with that he's in pain. So whatever Teller did, he might have gone and looked for him, found him, got caught, now getting tortured himself. Wherever that is. And there's two people that I know of that might know of where that might be.
Lily?
And one being that, the other being Ace.
I guess I answered your
Wait,
question.
someone caught the Oni carrying person who.
I mean, a fucking child could catch him. What are you talking about?
He's old. He's very old.
I'm
He
getting
can barely swing a
conflicting
sword.
messages here. I've been told that he carries around Onis and was a wild man, and now I'm being told that he's weak, old, and a child could catch him.
Yeah, because the Oni was
Oh,
a child
he
and caught
carried
him.
Yes, because the Oni was a child in disguise.
So literally a child could get him.
Yes.
He doesn't sound very smart.
I mean, he's about as.
Well,
I mean, he's smart in
not dumb.
certain ways. In certain ways, like I think he has like a specific wisdom you get for being old. But that's something you get. You don't really have
He's
that
like
naturally.
he's like the old person who no longer knows the combination to their safe, but who still understands like
what's in this?
whether or not he should eat the berries.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, wherever he
Like
is,
he understands where he should poop, but he doesn't know which house is his.
I mean,
Well, I
checks
mean,
out.
he's not that dumb.
Little far as the
I mean-
Kuma starts.
Wherever he is, he's being tortured. That's for sure, and I have no clue where that could be, unless you want to find out, which we technically could find out.
Should we though?
But
I mean,
She
like,
does have the
whoa.
ability to track people,
hey, horse, you can't say that.
but once didn't she say
Dang.
once a day she can find out where someone is?
I mean,
You know I'm right here, right? As Sona
Yes.
just like speaks up.
I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure what your name is. I don't think we've actually been introduced.
I think people said her
Oh,
name like
this is
at least 20 times.
I've heard you say her name,
At
but I've
least-
never not been introduced.
oh,
I'm quite sure
this
that has
is
happened
all.
over the past hours.
Alright.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm
that's
Zoe.
fair.
Yo.
Hi, Zoe.
And she just
Um,
goes
anyway.
back and like you hear, yeah, and just does another whip as Kuma feels it.
No,
I
you
think-
can tell where people are once a day, right? You said that, right?
Yes, I can.
I don't think she wants to. I think she wants to let him
Does
suffer.
it- Does it show where the name of
Or
that
is
person,
it- or
or
is
is
it
it
just poking at Soda, seeing if the
She's like she's just remaining still, holding onto the reins.
Well,
I'm still looking at her a bit.
She looks at everyone. Well, I mean, I guess our hands are tied. I tried, right? You didn't give me where you was, so I mean,
Well, I mean, last place he
What
was
did
in
he
was
give you?
purple.
screams. Horrible screams.
Oh,
It was very loud, very painful.
I would say
Like-
like it shouldn't be hard for anybody just to hear like a loud fucking sigh coming from someone, and she's motherfucker.
Hey, welcome to my life. It's the word I use all the time.
Just add another one to the list.
Kuma's like,
So
snore.
what's the story?
Um,
Sorry.
I'll,
God, great.
I'll say there's a point where if anybody is paying attention, she does pull out the compass to see where it points, and then puts it back in her pocket.
I mean, Akuma has a bit of looking at her kind of, but
No.
still a little behind.
I mean, does horse? I don't think a horse can read a compass from that far away.
No,
No, but I guess she
No.
can watch what she's doing, I guess.
no, you can't. You're too busy walking
No.
or running. You're trotting at this
Wherever
point.
Running, 'cause you're good.
we're going.
Yeah, actually, no. Hold on,
Horses
hold
even
on.
leave directly
hold
behind
on.
them.
No, well, actually, yes.
Akuma, are
Horse
you
up
are
right
you
here.
trying to spend time
No, you're
to
not.
pay attention to Sona?
No, she's enjoying
If you
herself.
do, you might trip while walking.
I was about to say no. She's too
I-
happy and dedicated.
I'm
to her
just
job.
I would like to make sure it was as clear as possible.
Oh no, of course.
My God.
I
Point,
There
point
was a
for it
chance.
with the cart, just flips it.
alright.
She
So
wants to do her job good.
Enough joking around.
as the day changes to the 31st, are you guys taking them to Marsfest, or are you kind of like drop
Drop them
off
off
and then
and
keep
walk.
going?
Then we're gonna drop them off.
Yeah, that was my
Should we drop-
understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like, there's no point in wasting going like what is it, 16 miles or something that direction, and to just go back again.
I mean, there's what, 6 of them? Is
75.
Zua going with them
Up
or
for each
us?
other. Yeah.
Is Zua going
I
with
think
them
she's
or
going-
us?
I think she's going with us. I thought.
well, she went
What about Bren?
Bryn's going with them for sure.
when
Then that
when
means
you guys
we're
get
good.
when you guys get to the drop off point.
I was about to say, DM, you've decided on people that are going to leave.
Yep.
How will you do this? Now?
Let's just wait. Let's wait and see.
As you guys get to the drop off point, there was probably a little bit of time, not like an hour's worth, but just a little bit of time conversating about plans. Sona was going to make sure she understood things as you guys understood things, that she, the Forsaken, was going to go back to Mossrest to try to figure out what is happening on a continent scale wise. Their job of information gathering is about what might be happening in the south, the north, what this army is going on about, and also to probably talk with the other guild masters to see their points on how they should go about this, especially since information was told to you guys that she was helping the north, and she was never doing that to begin with, so there's things that she needs to discuss. She purposely asked Voss and Exuya, who seems to be two of the major players in the ordeal that happened, to also accompany her, as she wants to make sure a full pledge report is like filled out. She's wanting this documented to the extreme on both sides, and what all she can gather. Brynjolf has spoken up about taking Alistar to also go with them. He wants to try to get her to calm down, as he was trying to kind of come out of his state as during the whole suffering thing, and he's just watching Alistar follow Exuria. He's just like, maybe I can teach her some things. And with her feeling towards the group, she does come clean, but you can see it almost like it's kind of slightly painfully hurting her to say this.
There's drugs in her chocolate.
She took and will give back money to both you and Tay, Akuma. Both.
My book?
I think it's the 400 gold she took from you, Akuma, and the 500 she took from you, Tay.
Take my book too?
You took my gold? I
She-
thought I thought the
Wait, wait.
vampires took it.
She does hand over your book as well.
What?
And
500
she
gold?
says that she thinks it is best for her to leave as well, because there are some things she's trying to sort out within herself that she cannot control.
Well, first off,
Look
Akuma
like
probably,
vampires are stealing my gold.
probably like scolds her, and then it's like, well, at least you give it back.
Surprised Pikachu face.
She
That's
does
not
apologize, as she says she's been trying to give it back, but something is forcing her not to. And for whatever reason, it sounds like this was like she had a moment to actually be able to do it, and so she did it. So everybody besides you four and Joram are going north, while everybody else is going to Mossrest.
Take the horse, take the cart. We're flying.
So it was 500 gold that they took, right? Let me just-
For you, Akuma, it's 400.
Oh, it's
500 goes to Tay.
Okay, good, please.
Mm.
So,
If I
Um,
wasn't a good person now, I might have killed you.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
okay.
A lot of gold.
You,
Mhm.
they would ask if you can do maybe one polymorph on somebody to kind of help get the
You
horse
could also
going.
turn the carriage back into its normal size again.
They
That could
like
be
the
nice.
size, but
Well, I was just saying that way the one horse can pull it all the
I
way
mean, they
there.
can't turn it back again because they aren't wizards like me.
yeah. But they
But I
said
was
they will
saying
figure things
Arissa
out.
could.
But
Oh, they're taking the carriage? We're walking again? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
We're flying.
you guys are flying. So,
I mean, I mean, how much time do we have? Like, how much did we travel there? Was it like 2 hexes? 3
it was
hexes? That's
3
like-
hexes. So really,
I wouldn't have polymorphed yet at that point.
you would Kuma would have to do something
Yeah.
for X amount of miles, which is I take it. Well, yeah, X amount of miles because she would need to polymorph herself a few times. So that I would say 3 has been used. 3 attempts of polymorph.
Okay, so 1 polymorph plus 2 extend points.
Yes.
For... There you go. So that means you have like, what is it, 5 points left and 1 spell slot.
Yes.
Okay, Akuma, you turn into a bird so that I can concentrate on the horse, because I can't do both at the same time. Like, I can't turn myself into a bird because I need to concentrate on one of them being a horse.
Yay.
And I think now that we're only 4 people total on top of your back, your giant eagle, and like
Well, I can go
one-
into my lantern and then it'd be 2 of you on her back.
3.
Or I
Joram. Joram is dead
Oh.
too. But that's fine because Tay is a little goblin, so
You
and
can
I'm like a small lady, and then Joram is also
If you made it
a light elf.
Jorm's
Sure.
very frail, fragile.
He's
I mean,
he's just like I would hope you be easy as. Wait, you say we're flying?
Yeah,
of course,
Yes.
it's first thing.
Oh,
it's okay.
why can't we
You
stay on the ground where it's like level?
Because there's things that
That's
want to eat us
level.
in the forest. There's things that want to eat us in the forest, whereas flying.
It's kind of
There's-
safer. Besides,
Th-
it's
there
hard.
are still things that might want to eat
He's-
us in the air,
he-
but
he-
not as common.
He kind of opens his backpack and he's like trying to make sure it's like tight in a way to where it's not nothing's going to fall out. So he kind of pulls out like a little bit of rope he has, and it's not like a lot that you guys have. It's just a little bit. So he kind of pulls out and he's like double wrapping everywhere, and he's like puts it on and he's okay. I'm ready.
I just look at everyone. I just look at the group. And I'm like, who of you wants to be a horse? Like of the what is it? Zuya, Sona, the Forsaken,
I
Brindle.
don't think it really matters.
It doesn't matter.
No, we need to decide who. It's important.
I'm doing it to
we're
the
gonna-
one who played dead.
It's going to be Euros who says he can do it. He'll be more than happy
Sure.
to.
It's
Sure,
fun.
I'll turn him into a red horse, a Ferrari.
Oh, he
Oh, I know that reference.
in a weird way, as a horse, he's also trying to just like he is a buff freaking horse. Like his muscles is popping out. He is like this horse is on steroids at this
You
point.
make a beautiful horse, says Akuma pats him.
He's just like he's never had this experience, but at the same time, he's just like he's ready to go. He's just like he takes places and like within seconds that cart is gone. The horse is like trying to keep up.
Bye.
Oh, goodbye,
Pretty
horse
much.
friend.
Oh,
Oh
I was
my
gonna
God.
say, I was gonna say something to Exili.
Well, you have a moment because within this time frame, all this
I
is
mean, I can
happening.
cast spell whenever. I can
I
cast
probably
spell
would have
whenever.
said goodbye to the horse.
Yeah.
too.
Again, it's
I'm
like
saying.
imagine like you guys get to the drop off point and there's like 30 minutes of people just talking. So during this time, you can't
Say
say something.
goodbye. And all that jazz.
Well, okay. I did want to say this before we started. Once we have everything taken care of and everything, if you are still holding any sort of anger or anything of that nature towards me, um, I did have the others promise to not react badly to it, and also, Maylor did send me a message to fight for someone else, and I am gonna choose you because I do feel responsible for what happened at the mansion, and I do want to. I feel it's fair that I protect you and help you as much as I can
Um,
as a way of atoning for what I've done, and also
sh-
to help you.
listen, there's. We don't need to beat around the bush. Thank you for the thought. Maybe. Maybe fight for things that others want and not just your own. But if you feel as though you need to maybe target that feeling, maybe this could be a step to something. I don't know. On the outside, I feel like I forgave you all. On the inside, it still hurts. Taking anger out is not going to solve anything. And she kind of just puts her hand on your shoulder, and she's not that much taller than you, and she's just keep in mind for next time. Don't always try to kill. You don't know what they are going through as much as they don't know what you're going through. You don't know what I was going through, even though I tried to kill you. Tried to kill you all. But you all continued to try to find a better way. And thankfully, it came through. But sometimes you will never know what somebody else is going through. So just keep that in mind next time. And starts to walk away with the group.
Don't
And
feel
then
like you're
realizes the
alone
carriage is already gone.
Yeah, she's like having a
Oh,
double time.
Don't feel like you're alone though. If you need help, just ask us.
She, as the group is obviously still there and stuff like that, um, she kind of just slightly turns back to you, and she just kind of holds her palm up, and while uh, with her black skin on the palm of her hand, the symbol you can still clearly define, and you see as it's the same symbol as what you're bearing, the Soul Hunters. And she just puts her glove back on and starts to walk away and kind of put herself on the cart to get ready to go.
Wow. All right, good. She's not gonna kill me.
So,
Yet.
as
Yeah, not yet.
as you guys part ways, So how are we doing this?
I mean, I have to concentrate on the thing, so.
I mean,
So
for
we're gonna go into the lantern, and then we three are gonna
I
ride
can,
on top of a golem.
yeah, that should be easily.
I'll pop out after 6 hours, and
I mean,
then
a giant eagle is really big, so.
Yeah, that should be definitely easy enough. And you'll within the hour you'll regain your thing. So how much do you guys have left?
So if she used. So she used.
She's in the current moment. She used 3. She's currently using 4 as an eagle. The 4th one is the start of the eagle.
No, because she has a second 4th level spell left. Because we're level 8 now.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. However, you're calculating this. She
So
had to
she can
use
do
3 as a horse, and then the 4th one is now the eagle.
She can do 6 hours. I have to concentrate 1 hour on the horse.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can. I mean, like, there's 6. I mean, we've already traveled a bit, so I think 6 hours.
I
should
can
be-
only be in the lamp for 6 hours anyways.
I mean, I think those 6 hours thing that we already traveled today should work out.
And then it would be
right.
4 people on an eagle. If we
So
kept going after that.
what I'll do.
Follow there.
Are you guys trying to follow slightly of the path, or are you just trying to book it in a way like
We
towards?
just follow. I mean, like, I feel like just follow the path for now. It's gonna be the same distance ish. We need to like be in a semi-safe spot instead of landing smack bang in the middle of the forest.
Okay, I'll say you guys can get about. I'll go ahead and just move you 6, so 3 more, right there.
Because eagles are like, what is it? The horse.
Eagles are a lot faster. Eagles, I think, if I calculated last time, they can do 80. So they can do 80 feet a second, or every feet, 80 feet a round. So that is calculating it up. They can obviously go a lot faster than a horse. So, all right, you guys got to a point. Kind of landing back down, getting stuff situated. Is there anything else anybody wants to do?
Well, besides ask if Jerome is okay after that long flight.
It's kind of like parts of
Got
his
jet lag.
like parts of his hair is because it's cold as well. Parts of his hair is like kind of slightly stick to the side, while the majority does still fall down, but parts of it's like stick inside from like just with the wind blowing.
Prestidigitation,
He's just
it's
like-
back to normal.
Going, he's just.
Let me fix that.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how much longer I can get used to this, and
Maybe we get you a hood or a hat or something
And-
next.
that would be quite lovely, please. Thank you.
I think Zulia took my blanket, so I don't think we have that. Sorry.
What a shame and a loss. And he's just like plops into the snow, and he's like, maybe this is where I die.
Or it's like, not today. Tiny Hut appears over him. He's like, huh, no.
Oh, that's lovely. And here, let's all have some nice food.
He kind of like,
all
almost
awesome.
like in a weird way, just like, food is good. And being in this nice warm thing, it's just like, it's like he comes back to himself.
The food is bland but nourishing.
I
meanwhile-
cast prestidigitation
like
on the
the-
food, and
all
it
the
tastes
casts
like
are like, no.
steak.
Yeah, exactly. All the cast are like, no, this thing is good now because we will it so. Magic.
Okay.
Prestidigitation, and a cubic
tastes like
foot
wood.
of the food is now tasting like steak. And then I prestidigitation another cubic foot, and it tastes like mashed potatoes. And I prestidigitation another cubic foot, and it tastes like bread.
Okay.
And I'm like, there.
I'm
you have
going.
these
I
three
am
choices.
about to mute you as I am hungry, sir. So please stop.
I mean,
uh,
Are you sure this is steak? It tastes like wood.
I was like,
They're
oh,
eating
that's.
out of the wrong pile. That's still bland.
But anyways, anything that anybody wanted to do? No.
I mean, like, I was just gonna say, whenever you want to talk about something people shouldn't hear, let me know so that I can keep a spell slot open to cast the thing. Like, because otherwise I can't
Oh.
do it if it. I mean, I have it now. If you want to say
Joram,
something,
he looks and he's like, "Are you talking about this?"
No, not talking about the safe, the other safe place. We have like two safe places. We have tiny safe place that protects us from damage, and we have big safe place that prevents us from people looking at us.
Can we always be safe?
No, we travel fast, but then I don't have.
You
I
know,
mean, the
as
faster you travel, the quicker you are back to your books. Don't complain.
Just we'll just say yes.
he
yes,
falls
feel
back
more
in the
safe
snow,
with
but you can see like that he reaches out and like grabs food, and he's just bringing food to eat in front of.
Oh my god, you're complaining.
Well,
Okay.
good news is, that certain person I told you about, Arissa doesn't want to kill me, so there's good news with that.
I mean, good. I mean, one less person on the potentially killers list.
Oh, that's nice.
Anyway,
That should check my blanket, so I
yeah, I
couldn't really
mean,
give it to Joram. But small losses are.
we can buy a new
Not
blanket.
a
At least you got your money back, right? You can buy like 500 golds of blanket. I mean, there's more blankets you could possibly carry. So.
Man,
I've
I
never been
love.
so angry since.
Well, it's okay. I can always
I mean, didn't a blanket have like bad thoughts when you were like a taco and I got scared and stuff?
Well, at least that's gone now. No monster.
Wow, you're so rude.
Wow.
She's a valued
Um,
member of the group.
She was a person of this group, and you're.
Yeah, I get it. She was great.
Was she the child capable of taking down Teller, or
She can't really take down anyone.
Remember when I said anyone could take on Telly? Anyone.
yes,
Anyone
anyone,
can. but
including
Except for
her,
Yeah.
I would
except
say
for
no.
her?
I mean, he
I-
couldn't put the magic
I
into
think-
sleep. That was like the only thing he did.
Hmm.
I
You guys
still
are
think
dicks.
Teller could probably take her.
Probably.
He's asking for the
If we had to, if we only could have one, and those two had to fight for the death, I would
Deal more
probably take
damage than he
Teller.
could heal.
I mean,
I
As
feel
a bonus action while he's hitting her with his sword
I feel
during action.
a huge amount of dickery going on.
anyway, let's enough shit talking for today.
So, alright, so you guys get some rest. Going into day 32.
32 days.
Who do I want this time?
La, la, give me a go.
Since there's only 4 of you guys.
24.
3,
Akuma.
Welcome.
A
to
D20,
Hotel
please.
California.
Yay. Yeah. It's a 10.
smack bang in the middle.
You-
So this is day 31, right? I just want to check.
Yep,
Was
yep.
it yeah.
oh, let me look at my thing. No, it's day 32.
32.
I mean, like looking at the distance, I was calculating the hexes. We could fly in straight line to Witzpine now in one day. If you just
Yeah.
burn everything on traveling.
Because if I'm correct, we started on 29th as you guys exited out.
I thought 29th, and then we slept, and then we
You slept,
traveled and
so
dropped
the
them off at the
30th.
point.
Yeah, you're going into day 32.
Okay.
Because you slept, you all exited out of the ruins on the 29th.
29.
You
We
rested
left on the 30th.
midway.
Some conversations.
You
and then-
rested midway on the 30th. And
Then
then
we got right
on the
to
31st, you got all the way to where you are right now, and you're going to sleep, which is putting you into day 32.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
So
Sounds like
I guess
me.
we're gonna fucking zoom just straight to Witzpine with all the flying spells.
Yep.
Well,
Wait.
polymorphs.
Sorry, there's. Yeah, surprise.
Going
that
to
is-
2 eagles or 1 eagle?
The most luckiest roll I've seen so far.
Sometimes.
It is clear skies for takeoff, my friends, as
Yay.
it seems nothing is sadly happening.
air, gotta go fast, goes
Gotta
off.
go fast.
So, you guys are. Let's see. I would probably say.
Good stuff. I mean, I think I was just doing math. I think if we fly straight line to Witspy, we can make it in one day, right? With Eagle.
I'll say for now, you get right on the outskirts. Like, you're not landing directly within the city, you're like cresting the
You probably
outskirts.
wouldn't want to land directly inside the city
No, no,
anyways,
no.
right?
We won't
Yeah,
get to the
people-
city.
But that's what I would say. You guys just flying your way. At least we're getting places.
Exactly, we're getting places.
Um,
You can complain about not rolling anything, but at the same time, we don't have to spend fucking 10 sessions traveling.
but that's the fun.
Oh,
The fun is in the story.
Okay. Calls other things. Alright, so though you guys do get there though at night. Not incredibly late, by all means, but nevertheless you do get there. Checking something. You do get there at night.
You know what the fun fact is? We're like arriving in a bit spy when they're arriving in Moscow Station. Gotta go fast, boys.
Yeah.
Hostel.
Okay. As you guys are coming down towards Witzbine, and again, it's more of like the outskirts of it. Everybody make perception checks, and Arissa, because it is clear sky. Well, it's not clear. It's not clear. It is still. Let me make sure I have the right.
Perception.
You
Perception.
break
Nope.
under the clouds.
I need this one.
Oh, it's not good. Perception.
All right. So you have flirt. Wow. Talk about. I'll allow it. You have very little. You can make a advantage perception. This one is just rolling in your guys' favor.
It doesn't matter regardless, because I have plus 0, so plus 0 is gonna be a plus 0, right? There you go, see, exactly, plus 0 is gonna be plus 0.
Akuma,
I'm still
I
in the
think
lamp or not.
Akuma, for you,
If
Eagles
Eagles
to the
Right.
you're a giant eagle.
Yeah, I can see things.
Your
Would this be
sight
after?
is like a lot
Would-
better.
Would it
What's
be
the
after
difference?
6 hours?
I would put it as a yes.
You have 4
I'd
perception.
be out of the lamp then.
I can turn another person into Eagle as well. Plus 4 to perception, and you can roll with advantage, so that 13
Yeah,
would have been
so
17.
roll one more perception check, and then whichever one is the highest, we'll add 4 to it. So
17.
13.
17.
Would have a 7. It would have a 17 because it plus 4 to perception.
Yeah,
Zoe
to
has a 16.
Akuma's is what I was counting.
Yeah. So Day is the best.
Oh.
Best.
So with Tay and Akuma, so it's not necessarily too hard, of this. You guys, as you're, starting to get kind of close to, like, again, the outskirts where there's, like, more, like, towns and, like, cities as they're trying to get closer and to hook into the big city. There seems to be a couple of fires in some areas.
Fire, like, not supposed to be there kind of fire?
Yeah, not
Or
supposed to
just
be
like
their
where the-
fires. Like they're like as you guys get kind of slightly close and you're starting to go down a little because of your spell. Like there's some buildings that are like on fire. They're not. If it looks like a tiny little town that's right on the outskirts of a city, it's buildings outside of it, right? There's a few buildings like outside of this like little town that looks like it's on fire. That you guys are just like starting to get close to.
And I could fly over by myself. I could fly over by myself and
I
teleport back if things go bad.
was gonna say, can I jump on your back when you fly over?
I mean, I could carry you with me.
Or that, yeah, that works too.
I
No,
Is he that weak?
it's not that he's that weak. It's I'm not. I'm just gonna say no to that.
I don't have. I'm not strong enough to carry a goblin with me as I fly. Or...
It would be slow. Like you won't be moving at the pace you would, and
Okay.
you would probably still be slightly decreasing in altitude.
I mean, I could turn Tay into a little owl.
Okay.
Whatever you all think. I was just going to fly over and at first sign of trouble, just teleport my way back instantly.
I mean, you can have the little owl for extra eyesight, I suppose.
If things go bad, I'm throwing the owl at them.
Yeah,
That
we just
sounds great.
teleport with the owl.
Just like your cat. Like, no.
If you ditch the owl, the next time we get into a fight and you're trying to teleport out, I'm gonna fucking counterspell you myself.
Yes, then I'll counterspell your counterspell.
Yeah, but I'm gonna wait. I have many ways to fuck you up. Don't worry about it.
Should I use my counterspell / my axe?
Just axe him in the face. It's fine.
I think you can only do that if you're a mage slayer.
Hit you in the face really hard on her turn.
Anyways, what are you guys doing?
You
Turn
want to
me
look?
into an owl?
Sure, good turn into an owl. Good look.
Alright. I'll
Am I
put
a
my
buff
shoulder
owl?
out for her.
Cool, I'll just be like, be
I'm gonna
safe.
dig my talons into his shoulder a little
It's
bit.
a leather armor.
Okay.
That's interesting though. It doesn't actually look like leather, it looks like fabric when you land, but it feels like leather when you go to dig your talons.
So you take off. How close are you getting? Because
I'll just like fly around it.
Because I will also say this, like, I'll say Akuma's within, not like a couple as in 10 minutes, but like she's getting close to the 10-minute mark. She needs to kind of find a place to land, so.
I was figuring this would be like after we landed, I would offer to go fly over to the fire to investigate.
Is that what we're doing? Like, are you landing a distant away from it and to go investigate it, or? Okay.
Yeah.
So, you guys land. I'll say you're like a decent amount away. Zoe, you with a tiny owl on your back, take off. Go ahead and make. How close are you getting?
I'd like to like still be above it, like 50 feet, and go like within about ground-wise, also 50 feet of it.
Okay. I'll say I'll keep your recent perception, and you get close, and it kind of looks like a school, right? Like a a medieval like school. Not too terribly big, but it does appear to be like on fire, and you do see like looks like kids and like an adult and stuff is running towards town, and you see what looks to be as individuals are they're acting weird, but it's hard to tell from this distance.
I kind of nudge my shoulder to basically try and indicate to Tay to like fly off.
Do you? Okay.
Fly off.
And then I haven't used any spells yet today. I'd like to use greater invisibility and then fly closer.
Okay.
I know I have a minute with greater invisibility, so
Okay.
I'll just try to keep that in mind.
You start to, I would say, in the mid process of getting close, right before you think they see you, you cast greater invisibility, and you kind of get close to the point where you land, and you're in the middle of this, and you have no idea what the hell's going on. It looks like.
You said there were people there who were kind of acting weird. Like, are
Yes.
those people?
These people
now that
look
I'm closer.
These people look like they are. they look like they're capable of handling situation, not like guards. Think of like bandits in a way. Okay, but in weird as in like they're not acting as a threat. They're you have no idea what the hell they're doing. Like there's
Are they like watching the fire?
no, they're fighting each other. One is using his blade and is just hitting the house. You kind of quickly look around, and at this point, like your spell does end, and it's like as you're just looking around, like there's
I would have flown back up if my invisibility was ending.
as you start to do that, like you notice like legit, like it's chaos, but not like chaos and like people causing mass destruction. You legitimately have no idea what the hell they're doing. Like there's a guy physically picking up a rock and throwing at another rock, trying to break that rock. There's a guy who's trying to have sex with a tree. There's like there's people, they look like they're fighting each other. There's a guy who looks like he's trying to chop the house into pieces, but doing it very poorly. This scene, you have no idea what this is, but
Pure magic.
you do start to notice that some people look in your direction.
There's what, 5 of them?
There's a couple, more than 5.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh no.
Almost triple that of a 5.
Now that I'm visible again, I'll look around for Teal and just kind of wave it over.
Sure, fair enough.
sure.
And then as soon as Tay lands on me, I'll just dimension door back over to where everyone else is so that they can't watch me fly away.
Okay.
And I'll explain to them the weird behavior. There was a guy trying to do it with a tree. That was just...
Out of curiosity, out of a d20, pick a number for me. Just
17.
okay, yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
I was 17.
There was a guy trying to do it with the tree. It was weird.
I mean, I've seen that before.
I knew if I picked 20 or 1, the dice was just going to land there just to spite me. So I tried to go with a random number that wasn't in the middle.
Yes.
What you're telling me
Must pet. Must pet
is
Helen.
that there's a bunch of people doing shit that they would do if you're extremely drunk.
They weren't. It didn't seem like they were drunk though, and when they
didn't
spotted
say-
me, they just kind of watched.
I mean, I said you would do if you're extremely drunk. I mean, I don't know if
But there were also the kids and adult running back towards the city from the burning school building, and one guy who was attacking a house. And
I think we should also go to the city. I think whatever is happening out here, unless you want to have a lot of unnecessary conflict and potentially blood on our hands because they won't give in, let's get to the city and see if there's anyone who can tell us what the fuck's going on.
well, if there were 5 or less of them, I was going to try to use charm person, but there were just a little too many.
You guys making your way towards this small town.
Making away.
You can see, like, it looks like at the moment it kind of like there's just again a couple, like maybe a shop or two or so on and so forth, but it's like you're not seeing anybody.
I'm gonna do that owl thing where they can just twist their head back.
Unpolymorphs you while your head's twisted all the way around.
You know for a fact, like the kids and that adult or two ran towards this little area. It's just you don't see anybody at the moment.
Illusion, what are you hiding? Cast detect magic.
Sniffing for that.
I would cast Detect Good and Evil, but I'm out of spells now.
I guess take a message. They're hiding.
For a second, I want like everybody except for Rissa to mute or to deafen yourself.
Okay, again.
Again.
Okay.
Okay, to my
You cast, and you're not seeing anything that appears magic towards town. Obviously, parts of each of you give off magical effects. Joram, who is glowing like a stone in a crystal clear water,
or she just winks at Joram.
he
Or
he kind of just like overlooks you for a second, and he's also trying. You see, he's giving off a timid, ordeal, but I'll say because of what you know, uh, this isn't. Obviously, it's a persona, and but you see, he's also looking around, but nothing about the town seems magical.
No, there's no illusion nearby, no magic bullshit.
Nope.
Apart from Joram's magic bullshit. I still wink at him, see if he catches my eye. I wink at him, because he can probably knows that I cast a spell, and I just wink at him.
He does. And again, he, like I said, he acknowledges that, but also kind of does like a sign, like look up, like above you, slight, and you do look, and you see, it looks like somebody was like in the window, and they peep down.
Not looking at me.
I'm gonna like point at that window, and I'm gonna send a message. Whoever you are, we're not here to hurt you. What's going on? You can reply this message.
You hear just like a female's voice who sounds really scared. She's, you guys not here to hurt us?
If I wanted to hurt you, if I wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't have tried to talk to you first.
You see, looks like she kind of pokes her head back out again, and she's just looking around, and she just points down at the door, and it looks like she might have said something, and like with a minute or two, the door kind of opens up to like, kind of like a younger boy, but not of that of a kid, as he kind of like peeks out, and he's just, guys, come on.
Come on, just looks at
So you all go in, and he quickly shuts the door and I can't even say that word. Locks it up, and you guys coming in, you can see there is some kids in here, a few adults that don't really look like they're probably capable of an actual fight, and they're just kind of like holed up and hiding.
So, I just go look for the woman that I saw.
There's a clear staircase to head up to.
Yeah. I'll just go up to her and I'll be like, so, what's going on over here? As far as you know.
You see, she's kind of like peeks out a window again and looks back. I don't know. These bandits, it's been like this for a couple of days now. They just keep coming at night and attacking everything. But like they're not attacking or like stealing loot. They're just attacking.
They're just making a mess.
We saw someone trying to have sex with a tree.
That was my knee. The DM's
See
down,
the
guys.
NPC in the corner?
There's an NPC in the corner. He's like, he's just like, ah, shit, my knee. Keep it down over there.
I thought you were gonna. I thought you were gonna say that was the guy that was having sex with a tree. Oh, I got a splinter.
No. You guys ain't close to that. But
He probably does with the splinter.
but anyways,
Several.
So yeah, they have no idea. It's been happening for a couple of days. They have no idea what the hell's going on.
Well,
I mean, is there no response from like the city?
No, it's happening all over. It doesn't. If I'm correct, I don't think it's happening within the inner city. So they might be holding off whatever is happening, but it's only happening at night. During the day, everything is fine.
Should we take care of these bandits, possibly?
No. I mean, if we're gonna
Not
take
now,
care of
but
the
later
problem,
on.
if we're gonna take care of the problem, we need to have a solution that doesn't involve fucking them up, which is the only solution we have right now.
wow.
Good point.
I mean, if this happens, like it seems from what you described to me, it seems like drunken-esque people just attacking things. Like whatever, if it's magical or not. Clay, you're still muted.
She's still muted.
Yeah, you're still muted.
Hey,
I mean, do you recognize any of these bandits?
no, sorry, I don't.
Never seen any of them before?
Besides the other times
Well,
they
besides-
attacked.
I more meant had they ever come into town.
Not as far as I'm aware of.
Okay.
No.
They just seem like random bandits to me. What's wrong with just killing them?
Because
Well,
we're not
if
trying
we
to just
do-
kill everything.
Maybe we should follow them
Plus,
back
there might be more.
What if we follow them back to their lair when they go back home?
What if we go to the city and we see what they know? It's supposed to be the city of knowledge, right?
True.
I mean, at
Yeah.
at worst, they will be like, "Hey, in order for you to access our knowledge, you have to go deal with our problem. This is what we know. Go deal with it." That's worst case scenario, right? Best case scenario, we get what we want, and then we go potentially look into this problem.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what to do about this. I mean, like, I have not the faintest clue how to deal with mass mind
Well-
control people attacking. Or, well, I'm not even sure if they're mass random people doing unspeakable things.
We could try and take one of them down non-lethally, and then
What if we
Why
ask
not
the
attack one?
tree? Maybe they're involved deeply with them.
are you asking the tree that's getting?
It was a joke. It was never mind.
Well, can you talk?
You
to
know,
tree?
normally a connection is formed during such actions, so I just didn't know. I thought
I
maybe
mean, yeah, but
maybe
it's like
some
it's about-
secrets might have been shared.
I mean, did you?
I mean, it's a night of intimacy. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it's a
I'm
one night
pretty sure-
stand, you think?
It might be,
It's so
or it
weird.
might be multiple nights.
Joseph is regretting this detail.
Orisa takes two psychic damage.
Joram speaks up. How about you guys actually help the people instead, like, and stop talking this crazy nonsense. They're in danger. Go do
Well,
what you
I'd
guys
love to
do.
handle the bandits and kill them all, but I think
No,
the
we
agreement
could-
was to not kill the
Why
bandits.
don't-
We need to solve the problem,
could-
whatever it's.
We just knock them out and tie
Fine.
them up.
Fuck. We go get one.
it's happening
we go
more
get
than
one. We take one. We take it to the city. Shouldn't be hard.
Well, I mean, could we take one in here and then just have them tied up?
No.
Normal,
I would
normal.
prefer you not to bring it where I am, because I am
No,
not.
we just take them with us to the city. Fuck.
Okay.
God damn
Let's go grab the
No.
tree hugger. I mean,
It'd probably be the easiest. He seemed a little busy, a little distracted.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
Rosie just like walks out of the building. It's like,
Just runs after us.
why did like as she walks out, she's out of earshot. Why did they get these idiots from Torna? Should we just find new people and did other things? Fuck.
Sad puppy face.
Well, you didn't
I
hear
am
it because it was
a
already
new
a
one. I am a new one.
You're worse.
See, you should have stuck with the same group then.
oh my
The
god.
new one-
So what are you guys
Make it work.
doing?
I'm gonna look for the one that's on the outskirts alone.
The tree hugger.
No. Anyone but the tree hugger.
Past him as he's standing there.
Yeah, I'm like,
They-
fuck him.
You guys start to kind of go back to look around that the school that's like on fire. You don't see any of the bandits.
Fuck it, let's go to the city. Fuck all these people. They probably got scared because you looked at them. Or they're hiding.
Tree. Do I see any footprints around it or any other
Oh my
substances?
god.
But like, do I see footprints leading away from the tree? Is basically
Make
what I'm asking.
a survival
footprints?
check.
With disadvantage.
It's about to be a
Medicine
disadvantage.
check,
It is
too.
like, you know what? I'm gonna roll for this.
Try a medicine check.
Oh,
too.
you so
Well, if it's not at disadvantage, it's a 15. If it is at disadvantage, it's a 5.
the dice said no, so it's a nice normal roll. Stupid dice.
Okay.
I'm gonna trade
So
you
it's
out.
15.
I
It's
got other
15
dice.
then.
Don't make me get the other one.
It was you who included the detail, Joseph. I just expounded.
The
upon it.
detail was supposed to be there.
Oh, so he's supposed to be in love with the tree.
You guys don't know. You do see some sort of tracks in the snow
Barking at the right tree.
where it does appear to be leading outwards in a rough sense, like right here, like it's just leading to the right, away from this little town that you guys are at.
Like in this direction.
No, like
To the
they're leading
that's
like
the
right
left.
there.
I wasn't thinking.
It's like it, yeah.
Left and right are mixed up right now. I'm tired.
Let's just get to the city. Let's just get to the city. Like, if we want to catch one, we'll catch him tomorrow.
Indeed, to the city.
Should we leave a mark?
I think we'll find them. I think we'll find them when they're around.
Recovering from their.
That please. It's enough.
So you guys start to head towards the city.
As I walk by the town, I'm just gonna send a message to the lady. It's like, they're gone.
She replies, "Thank you?" Question mark, because she's not sure what you guys did.
They did nothing. They just left.
So you guys head to the city.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is the perfect place to end it.
Hey.
That guy was barking at the right tree.
I have a name for this episode.
Oh my gosh.
Well, inflicting psychic wounds on the DM and Orisa.
I am like so close of like, this is where I'm gonna murder you guys. You have no idea.
Leave me alone. Why do I get collateral? Why do I get collateral by the
Yeah,
two filthy,
you did it.
filthy minds?
Murder yourself. You did this to yourself.
I did not have a choice.
You gave the detail, Joseph.
It had to be in
It was
there.
just the
Yeah.
one thing that stuck out the most to me out of what the bandits were doing.
How could
Because
you?
the rest
Yeah,
kind of just
mine
seemed
too.
normal. Yeah.
Mine too.
The rest were just fighting or chopping at a building, and then one was just over here at a tree.
Thank you everybody for coming out and joining us. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I have unleashed this evilness upon us all.
We
But
gotta
thank
get a gif
you-
Of, like, or a fan art of.
No,
Okay.
no, there's gonna
No.
be none of that.
No, we
I
don't need fan art or gif of it.
I would make sure, please viewers, don't. Just don't. Thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed this surprise again. Sorry if we caught you off guard. Just a late notice thing. But we are actually getting some of our previous episodes on our YouTube channel, which is just Ginton Dice. So we should have that rolling, and we will try our best to
I'm
be.
going to try to have them up sometime Tuesday or maybe Wednesday, at least the first one.
Okay, that's good, and we'll try our best to get a schedule like on there. But you know, we do have things that others that we have to do. So please just keep that in mind and don't hate on us. At least not me. Anyways, I hope you all have a wonderful night, a wonderful day, and we'll catch you later.